everybody. Hopefully we don't experience any internet issues. All things considered with the weather. Yeah, it's changed to like freezing rain, so it's gonna be a nightmare tomorrow. Hey, thank you, Mr. Big. Thank you for the 60 months as a member. Trying a new chat thing that like combines all my chats tonight, so hopefully I don't miss anything. Kind of works out. But I was seeing Lord of the Rings 2 Towers last night and didn't do eBay because now most people are home. Because if you're in the US right now, chances are you can't drive. Chances are your place of work may be closed. Yeah, not only did I put it in the title, but I made a custom thumbnail for it. Can't hear the music. Okay, hold on. Should be a little bit better. Hey, thanks, Hyteri. And thank you, Hobbs. See, I'm just trying to see how this sends me notifications. Let's see. Hobbs, thank you for the 87 months, and Hyteri, thank you for the 58 months. I might be a little loud. For me, at least. Hello, Caleb. Turn that down a little bit. Thanks, Landhawk. Look at this, someone bid on that. You wouldn't even be able to give this away back in the day, and I'm not joking. Like, good luck trying to sell this on $10 on eBay back in the early 2000s. Crazy. Sun-faded sports games. Hello, Rapid Fire. Hello, Roth. And thank you, thanks, Austin. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, the only thing with this chat, it doesn't pop up notifications in it. I gotta find a really good chat bot that, like, combines all of my chats, but also puts the notifications in there when somebody resubs. Yeah, they're fine repertoire. I've streamed Skygunner. I actually enjoyed that game until the last level. That's all I remember. I just remember the last level really pissing me off. It was a very frustrating stage that almost ruined the game for me. When's the last time I played with the move? It's been a bit. I just don't like having to break all that stuff out. It's a lot of crap you gotta set up to play with that. And there's not a lot of reasons to play the move if you already played most of it back in the day. Thanks, Dubes. Appreciate it. Time to bring the heated blanket. Yeah, I got it on standby. Depends on when you bought it, Pie. If you bought it this week, it'll probably be in next week's affiliate review. The affiliate review this week is from January 11th to the 18th. But thank you for trying. Hopefully it shows up. Let me know when we get to it. You may actually be the first person on YouTube to use the affiliate link. Or at least the first person to let me know. YouTube doesn't use the affiliate link as much as Twitch. So we'll see. Maybe you'll be the first to show up at least. And also let me know about it. $20 Wii games. And that has a bid for $127. I guess just because it's got these games right here. That's it. All this other stuff is just dance games. Hello, Pepino. You got Lost in Shadow for $20. Game's definitely worth playing for $20. Sorry, I'm just trying to like make up my mind if I want to have this thing that combines all the chats. Or if I want to separate it again into 3 separate chats. I'm just not used to reading chat with this font and everything combined. with no alerts in there. I definitely got to look into a chat solution though. Because having 3 different chat windows up is crazy. Like the amount of room I need on my monitors is ridiculous. Been here since the beginning. Well, I think appreciate it very much, Olive. Original and working. That's a very clean box. Almost too clean. But I see some natural wear. It's a nice box. One of the nicer. They saved the best for last. They were like, you know what? Let's just sneak it in on the final photo. If it were me sawing this, that would probably be one of the first photos because you don't. You can't trust everybody to look at every photo of your listing. Almost good. Yeah, I saw Fellowship and Two Towers in the theaters, both amazing. I was supposed to go see Return of the King today. Obviously, that did not happen. So I had to book a different showing in a couple days. If I had to completely rebuild the collection today, how would I go about it? If I were to restart from scratch, I would probably do EverDrives for most consoles, and then pick a few of my favorites and just collect for those. Because starting from scratch at this point is kind of ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to afford that most of these consoles. I still have everything anyone's ever sent me, Olive, so I appreciate that. Do I think Haunting Ground will ever go down in price? I wouldn't count on survival horror games going down on price on PS2. That's one genre that seems pretty impervious to price drops suddenly. There's just not enough classic style survival horror games to go around. There's too many people that are into survival horror that want to own the games. Like, there's just too much demand for those games, and there's not enough of them on especially PlayStation consoles. I have not played Spirits and Spells. From what I've heard, though, that game is like, it's worth trying, but it's probably not worth the price it goes for. Hello, Danielle. I have no idea about a new Dragon Ball Z anime that's coming out. What's it like? Like, what's the gimmick? Oh, thank you, Boozer. Thank you for the follow on Kick. The best way to get an authentic copy of Pokemon Silver is you have to look at a copy that comes with everything. Right, the original box, maybe even the Pokewalker, because you know if you're getting a copy like that, the cart is almost certainly the original that came with it, I would hope. Is it a decent time to pick up a Super Nintendo or NES? Well, those times have definitely, like, the best time to pick them up is already passed. It's never a bad time to pick up a retro console. It's just a matter of how do you plan on collecting for it. Cart only, are you going to go with like an EverDrive, or are you going to go complete in box? Complete in box, it's pretty far gone for both of those consoles. Cart only, you can still make a pretty big dent. Especially with the NES. Hey, thanks, Scoopster. Thanks for becoming a member. You remember me saying a while back Neo Geo collectors were a different breed? What do I mean by that? Yeah, they're just on another level. Like, I don't know how to describe it. You think normal retro game collectors are into their craft? Well, Neo Geo AES collectors are just on a whole nother level. I just remember being in the Neo Geo forums way back in the day, and man, they were just wheeling and dealing like it was nothing. They were using Neo Geo games like a currency. But I will say, the one thing I remember is they were pretty elitist. They were not very welcoming to new Neo Geo collectors, and I think all these years later I understand why. It's because they didn't want more competition. Because some of those games are like really hard to find, and they probably liked getting deals from people that didn't really know what they had. Yeah, it was an interesting bunch. I don't know what they're like now, but assuming the prices of Neo Geo games, I'm sure they're still dedicated, to say the least. What the heck kind of game even is Battle Revolution? I don't even know if I ever looked into it. Is it like a Pokemon Stadium kind of game or something? Just not as good? I think Escape from Bug Island is good. It's a fun game for the first half. But it's one of those gimmicky games where, like, you think you beat it, and then you gotta play through the whole game another time. And that's where I stopped caring about the game. Well, these days it's way more than $1,000 for a lot of the big Neo Geo games. Well, that's all I've been doing with my collection, is curating. All the time. Not so much downsizing, you just slow down and curate even more deliberately. It doesn't matter if you buy Neo Geo AS games in Japan now or not. They're pretty much the equivalent of eBay. Like MVS games and stuff. They're gonna be just as expensive there. Japan is caught on. They're not dumb. The days of getting games from Japan way cheaper than they are in the US is pretty much over. Did I go to the cinema yesterday? Sorry, Dan, you missed your message. Yesterday I saw The Two Towers. The day before I saw Fellowship of the Ring. Today was supposed to be Return of the King, but the snow delayed it. I had to reorder my tickets for another night. Two Towers, I mean, they were both really great to see in the theaters again, but Two Towers really stood up. Helm's Deep is just so cool to see there. I look forward to sitting for 4.5 hours in a movie theater. I don't think there's many other movies I would ever do something like that for. My butt was definitely starting to feel it. That's a lot of sitting in those chairs, especially with no break. Yeah, they give a refund. It's like, it's different than a streaming chair, because a streaming chair, it's like, you know, I'm used to sitting in this chair all the time, but you go and you sit in a foreign chair. That can be pretty uncomfortable. Hello, Amberg. Did I see the new Fable trailer? I did. I think the environments look really nice. That's pretty much it. I'm not sure if I'm looking forward to that cutscene style, though. It's like been confirmed they're going to use a sitcom office style cutscene kind of effect. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, I think the environments look cool. But it's too early to really fully judge it. I think the more interesting game to talk about is Highguard. That game comes out tomorrow. You guys remember that? The game of the year, the Game Awards show closer. Remember that game? Well, surprise, it releases tomorrow. It's a really interesting marketing strategy with it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kinda into the marketing on that game. Because it kinda goes by the old school game reveal style, where back in the day you'd literally get like a preview in a magazine, and then you'd wait, obviously not only a month, but you'd wait a little bit and then the game's just out. So a lot of people are knocking it, but I think it's a potentially genius marketing strategy, because this game's going to come out tomorrow, and there will be a lot of like paid streamers streaming it, and you know, so it's going to be pretty big. Believe me, it's going to be big as a streaming game. But then you get this snowball effect where everybody's like, whoa, where'd this game come from? Out of nowhere. And they're going to impulse download it, because the hype and excitement's going to be so high, because there hasn't been there's no expectations really for this game. So even if it's bad, I still think they're going to get a lot of viewers and people that try the game based on the marketing strategy. I have an AI mod on Kick, Bamberg. They said that your message was sexual, apparently. Isn't that something? I might stream Highguard, right? Like I'm not gonna judge a book by its cover. Does the game look generic? Does it look like Concord 2? I mean, it's not quite that bad, but I will potentially try it, right? We'll see. Nobody even knows how the game plays, pretty much. So I don't know, it's just kind of I like their attempt at this weird, like, we messed up, got a lot of criticism, we're just going to be quiet for an entire month and then release our game out of nowhere, kind of like, that's interesting to me. The game. Yeah, the game's Highguard. You'll see it tomorrow, that's for sure. Like, not just from me, but like from other people. I think I gotta, like, hold on. I gotta move my chat around a little bit. I'm trying to get used to this new combined chat thing, but man, it's hard. It's too much too quick. I just gotta move my chats around real quick. It's just too hard to... The font type is driving me crazy. One moment. I just don't have enough room for freaking 3 chats on here. How did I have this set up? Hold on, I'm gonna have to move this one over here. I got sponsored to play Hargard? No, I wasn't reached out to by them. There were a lot of people that were, I'll just say approach it with caution from the people that like, they flew them out to, I think, Los Angeles. Paid for their hotel, paid for their food, like a huge high guard event. I'd be cautious about opinions from people like that because they're going to be a little biased. But I'm sure they're probably going to have a lot of day one sponsored streams from the looks of it. I won't be sponsored, so I'll give you my real opinion on it. If I play it. We'll see. Snow has changed into like rain, so that's not good. Yeah, it's going to be very dangerous to drive tomorrow. Be careful. Oh, hold on, your name is cut off. Give me a moment. Oh, thanks, Mr. Big. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for the super chat, the kind message. Moves this over a little bit. Oh, it's a retail copy. $15, not bad. A little bit of... I don't want to say that's water damage, but what can happen there is if you put the insert in the box and you close it and it gets a little wrinkled, sometimes that can cause that kind of creasing if it's not like situated in there correctly. But you got to be careful too, because sometimes moisture damage looks exactly like that. This looks a little... Yeah, that looks like moisture. Because it's got whitening in here. That only happens when it gets wet. That's why it's so cheap. Ikaruga is $60 for GameCube. Honestly, that game used to be way more. That used to be one of the most expensive GameCube games back in the day. Kind of like stabilized and come down a lot over the years. You know what game I was almost gonna stream tonight? If I didn't owe you guys an eBay stream, you know what I was gonna stream today? I was gonna play South Park Snow Day. Like the perfect game to play. And it's on sale on Xbox right now. Do I have a PCFX? I have a PCFX. I've streamed it in the past. I'm pretty big. No, I wouldn't say big, but I enjoy that console. There's some fun little gems on there. I streamed it quite a bit when I got it. Sure, you'll see me play it again, because it's been a while since I streamed it. It's a pretty good price for Sonic Boom. This did come down in price. It used to go for about $35 to $40 during its peak during the Wii U closure. Now it's back down to like $20 to $25. But I will link this because that's a pretty good price right now. I have to link it to the seller. I won't put links in Kick chat, but if you're in Kick and you want a link for something, just let me know. Did I watch UFC? No, I've never willingly watched it, to be honest. I haven't played Stick of Truth. I haven't played most new South Park games. The last time I played a South Park game was on the N64. Oh yeah, because I still got to add Kick to my list of like sites that I post eBay affiliate links on. I'm not really supposed to put the affiliate in there until I get it approved. Oh yeah, I'm aware Stick of Truth is supposed to be really good. It's just that when it came out, I just like wasn't really caring about South Park around that time. I'm still kind of not. Like, I was just very into South Park when I was a kid. I grew up with South Park. Nothing like watching South Park way younger than you should have been. What's up over a bit? I remember when South Park first came out, it was so hard to get merchandise. I wanted South Park merchandise so bad. There were no figures, like no toys for, you know, the main characters. So I actually drew them myself. I made my own South Park cutout, quote unquote, figures. I drew them, cut them out, and those were my South Park toys. And it made sense because they were like cutouts in the show. Yeah, they had plushies, but not for like... It may not have been there when they first came out. They had the plushes, they had keychains. That was about it. They weren't really like action figures or anything. Yeah, I drew them and put them on like construction paper. Glued them to the back of construction paper. hot price. Interesting sticker. Days of Play hot price sticker from Australia. Wonder what the price was. You got a Mr. Hanky stress toy. Man, I mean, this is how into South Park I was back then. I got very creative. I wanted a Mr. Hanky figure, but they didn't make them back then. So I literally took sculpting clay and sculpted my own Mr. Hanky. I kept it for a long time. I think I eventually had to throw it out because it was just like, thing was just like decaying. I kept it in one of those like Beanie Baby plastic container things that you're supposed to keep Beanie Babies in. So it's kept it nice for a while. There was a bar your dad used to go to that had weekly South Park viewings. They let people predict how Kenny would die. If you got it right, they'd take half off your tab. That's awesome. A little bit ladder. I used to really like the South Park N64 game. The turkey level used to be... That was a scary level when I played that as a kid. Those turkeys were scary. With that fog, the fog that like you couldn't see 2 feet in front of you. They just come out of nowhere gobbling. Like, that was a scary level. And then the multiplayer. The split screen multiplayer was awesome in that game. I know not a lot of people probably played it, but I did. Especially the level. I remember the level in the toy store was like the best one. Redemption Reapers. Never even heard of that game. It's pretty generic, whatever the heck it is. This is a physical that I would like one day. Chrono Trigger is on sale for half off. You mean the PC version? It's pretty cool if you play it in widescreen. As long as you're okay with the font changes that they made. Some people really don't like what they did with the font type. Unless you're looking to like mod it back to the original. I can give you the link, sarcasm. You're gonna play Chrono Trigger on your DS. It's still a great way to play it. Some people think that's the definitive way to play it still. Crash Bandicoot or Spyro. I would go with Crash just because I enjoyed Crash 3 so much back in the day. But that's a tough one for me because one of the first pieces of like non-Sonic merch that I ever got for a video game was a Spyro plush from a carnival. So that thing always meant so much to me. But I was definitely more into the Crash Bandicoot games as a kid. You're saving up for a DS for your daughter. She's 5, seems interested. That's a really great console to start for 5 years old. I would recommend getting her a Nerf case, Cora, if you haven't looked into it. Here, let me see if I can show you what I mean. These were really popular back in the day for kids. These. There is no way she can drop this thing from 5 stories up and it'll probably still be fine. So it's a DS case that's literally covered in like thick foam. These things are crazy. So if any of you got kids and you want to give them a DS, apparently this one's for the 3DS. I didn't even know they still made them for 3DS, but I guess they did. But yeah, look at that thick foam. Look how thick that foam is. That's like half an inch thick. So yeah, these you want to get one of these with your DS. Just get her a pink one or whatever color you think she'd like. They got all kinds of color combinations. Or let her pick one up. I'm not sure you can't, obviously you can't get these in stores anymore, but you'd have to buy it secondhand. Some of them sadly look a little pricey. Obviously if it's brand new. Like that one there is cool. Yeah, there's a lot of people selling these. Some of these are worth quite a bit. But there was no case like these back in the day. No case quite like them. Thanks, Sarcasm. Thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, I'm 2 out of 3 down as well. Like, I was supposed to see them all back to back, which is why I didn't stream the last 2 days. I was supposed to see Return of the King today. Obviously, did not happen. Should be seeing that Wednesday. I'm excited for Return of the King because I'm going to be honest, last time I watched Lord of the Rings, I think I got halfway through Return of the King and then I got really busy and never went back to finish the second half. So it's been a very long time since I've seen the full movie. Gotta get your tissues ready for that one, boy. There's I don't know about you guys, but I cannot. I cry every damn time in that movie. It's just the 20 different endings to that film are just too. It's just too much. It's like, come on, just end it already. I can't take these sad endings anymore. There's like 20 different endings to that movie. It was actually kind of funny the first time I saw that in theaters. Like I thought we were being pranked or something. How many times that movie ended? It's like, all right, it's going to the credits. Oh no, okay, a whole nother 10-minute scene. All right, here we go. No problem, Max. You have a good night. I have Lord of the Rings on Blu. I have the first release of Lord of the Rings on Blu-ray, but eventually I stopped buying them all the time. I used to buy every DVD release, every limited release, like any release they did for Lord of the Rings, I bought it. But eventually I stopped. So I don't think I own the extended Blu-ray. I think I just still have the theatrical. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. Most of the time when I watch them now, I just honestly stream them. So, because I'm waiting until I eventually get like the 4K release to buy it physical again. Not too many good auctions tonight. The 4K is supposed to have awesome sound. I guess if you got a good sound system, right? I'd be interested in watching it with headphones one time. I've never watched them with headphones. Might pick up on new details. Yeah, I remember I bought these, like, these weird... What did they call them? It wasn't like a limited edition. They released this box set of these Lord of the Rings DVDs that had, like, exclusive documentaries in them, but they had these really cool boxes with, like, a window display on front. Any of you know what I'm talking about? Let me see. Lord of the Rings limited DVD. It might show up on here somewhere. Was it? I think it was this. Did they just call it limited edition? I could swear they had a different name for these, like Legacy or something. Yeah, these were cool. They had some, like, exclusive behind the scenes in here, which I'm sure is no longer exclusive. They just look great. Did I ever get those free Blu-rays that they gave away during the PS3 Slim launch? I didn't get the Slim on launch. I do remember getting a Blu-ray with my PS3 though, right? Didn't they pack that in the box, Talladega Nights or something? Didn't that come with the PS3? Because I wouldn't have bought that otherwise. It definitely came with the console. Thanks, Jimmy. Thank you very much for the resub. Hello, Adam. I ever do a Bai stream? I've never really even used Bai. What a random lot of games. Oh look, the original receipt. $48 from 1991. From Dillard's. Love seeing original receipts. I'm gonna link this. I think there's actually enough random value in here that someone might actually want this. Right, like Indiana Jones on Genesis, this NES Black Bass game with the original receipt. A couple of Star Wars PS2 games for $25. Shipping is reasonable. You know, we're just looking for the usual item. Whatever looks interesting. Your box Chrono Trigger still has a receipt from eBay Games. $19.95 for $70. Man, I would protect that receipt at all costs. That's such a cool receipt to have. Is it your original receipt, or did it just come with your copy? Oh my god, the stereo in this song is crazy. My ears right now. Every note is like alternating from one ear to the other, so it's kind of trippy hearing this. problem with the clear Game Boy Color carts, they don't stack on top of one another. Because they have that sort of like bulbous lip that helps you pull it out of the console. So they can't be stacked. You got Chrono Trigger Complete for $20 back in the day. That must have been really back in the day. Or you got really lucky. Because even way back in the early 2000s, Chrono Trigger Complete in Box was still valued around like $100. How is the N64 version of Rayman 2, by the way? Is that considered a good version? Or is it inferior to the others? Is there any reason to play it on N64, essentially, is what I'm asking. New CDI games. I have not bought a new CDI game. Honestly, I have almost every CDI game I wanted. The only thing that's left now are the really, really rare, obscure ones. Because I did all my CDI collecting while nobody cared about it. The only thing I regret not buying, though, is Zelda's Adventure, when I had the chance. They replaced the voice acting with random noises and gibberish. Interesting. Well, that would actually be a unique reason to own the N64 version. So they use sort of like Banjo-Kazooie gibberish. Sorry about that, Nuketown. I'm managing 3 different chats here, so sometimes I miss messages. I'm sure you can see how fast it's scrolling on my stream. Yeah, when I was thinking about getting Zelda's Adventure, it was about $150. And that was very expensive for a CDI game at the time. It's pretty much one of the most expensive ones you can buy. And then right after that, I thought, man, what happened to it? It shot up out of nowhere. I don't remember what caused it. Probably something on YouTube. But it went to like... Was it around... When did AVGN do a Zelda's Adventure video? Because it went from like 150 to like 500 plus overnight. And I'm like, well, there goes my chance. This is what I do, Puppet. I've been streaming like this for a decade. I've only just recently started doing it on YouTube, multi-stream. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the Net Eurose, Nuketown, but I'm glad you got one of your girls. Do I have interest in the Galaxy movie? I'm not as excited for it as the first Mario movie, because obviously the first one is, you know, it's pretty exciting to go see. This looks just to be more of the same, which is fine, but I'm like definitely less excited for it at that point. I'm sure the movie will be fun. I'm sure it'll be fine. But I look forward to the Sonic movies more, honestly. Those just seem a little less predictable, right? Like, just imagining what could potentially be in this fourth movie with where they're definitely leaning more into the video game realm with this one, right? I think they're done with the casuals. They're like, all right, we won the casuals over with the first movie or two. Now we're gonna just go straight for the hardcore fans, hopefully. I have not seen the Beach Boys game on CDI. Is it like a game, or is it just one of those interactive movie kind of things? Not sure how. Probably not a good idea to stream it if it's got all copyright music in it, though. Sounds interesting, though. Hey, thanks, burned oils. I got my heated blanket here if I start getting cold. It's very, very cold outside today. Oh, thanks, Justino. Thank you for subbing on Kick. That is getting us closer and closer to the goal of 10. Appreciate that very much. Net Let's see what they go for. So you're saying you got this for 50? What was it, 50 pounds you said? Damn. Seems like the find of the century right there. Congrats on that. Did you get it loose like this? Looks like it's got like a granite finish to it. Yeah, I don't know much about these things. Doesn't seem like something I'd personally want to own. I don't usually go for something this specialized. But that seems pretty rare. Facebook Marketplace for €50, no controller. Listed as a black PS1. Oh my goodness. I would have been like shaking. Like, oh man, please ship this thing. Did they ship it or did you pick it up in person? If you had to pick it up in person, boy, that must have been nerve-wracking. Not yet. Yeah, not yet, Justino. Yeah, unfortunately, because my emotes, like, I don't have them on all my emote files are on my old broken PC. So in order to put the emotes onto Kick or even YouTube, I have to literally save it off of Twitch. And then sometimes it's not the right size, so I gotta like do a bunch of conversion. It's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare just to take one emote and put it on a different platform. So you just had to play it off like, oh, thanks to the PS1. That person probably thought they were getting a deal selling a PS1 for €50, 50 pound. Meanwhile, you're there just trying to like contain yourself. It's like, oh, why are you shaking? It's only a PS1 for 50, right? It's like, oh, I really wanted one since I was a kid. They're getting very nostalgic lately. Little do they know they're just like handing away a $2,000 console. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it, honey. Apparently it's some kind of debugging PS1. I'm not too familiar with the history on it. I don't usually get into those kind of consoles. You gave him 100 and he was like, why? Oh, so now you gotta be careful. He's gonna come knocking and being like, hey, I know what I sold you. I need it back. He should have been like, once you get there in person, be like, would you take 30? And they'd be like, no, I'm just kidding, here's 50. Just downplay it, you know? Copy of Nailed. Nailed went really expensive during the 360 store closure. But I think it came back down. I think Nailed at one point was like a $60 game. Let's see what it's going for now. I think it's come way back down. Yeah. Yeah, this got very expensive. But like most 360 games, they've all come back down to reality. Most. However, it's still cheaper to buy this lot right now, almost, than buying the game individually. So if you wanted a few other physical games with it, it's not terrible. It's just that most of the other games are not that interesting. I'll link you the seller anyway. Yeah, most of the 360 Atlas games sealed when they were in bargain bins. Yeah, the good old days when Atlas games would go in the bargain bins. Looking to selling your game collection off, but leery about putting your high-end games on eBay because of scammers. So sellers are definitely protected. Just make sure that you take plenty of pictures and describe your games very accurately. And you'll be fine. If anything, I'd be more worried about scammers off of eBay. Because at least with eBay, they'll kind of have your back for seller protection. Rayman animated series, I've never watched that. Like, what's an example of a game that you'd be really worried to put on eBay that you're looking to sell? Change the search. We'll come back to auctions in an hour. Oops. Panzer Dragoon Saga Imaginate Rare. So what would your concern be? Sending the game to somebody and then they say it doesn't work and then like you say, okay, return it, but then they return it with like a reproduction manual or a reproduction disc or something like that? Which would that would definitely be a that would be a pretty dedicated. Okay, so if you're worried about them swapping out discs, don't just take pictures. eBay now allows you to take videos. I'm pretty sure you have to do it on your PC. You can't do it on mobile or vice versa. I can't remember. So when you sell those super high-end games, take a video of the disc, because it's really hard to show condition in the pictures. So that way, if they send you a different disc, you can be like, look, you can just reference the video here. Theirs has scratches that they returned to me, and this one doesn't, kind of thing. But honestly, like, I've done so many eBay streams, and a lot of people that come to my eBay streams are sellers. I've never heard a horror story like that. I think you'd be pretty safe to sell those games. Everything GameCube games will go back down. I could see a world where the third party, like, available on other console GameCube games would potentially come back down. But I think the most desirable, highly sought after first party Nintendo stuff is probably gonna be pretty stable. You got them when they originally came out. Yeah, so you probably kept them in pristine, really good condition. Not a lot of people can say that their Saturn and Sega CD collections are from when they originally released, especially Saturn. I feel like most people definitely did not have that thing on day one. A lot of people bought it after the fact, after it was already dead. Do I know of any US release PS2 games that aren't really documented online at all? Oh no, everything is like fully documented at this point for PS2 stuff. The only like obscure things would be like limited editions and stuff, but even those, there's nothing exceedingly rare that it would be like hard to find a footprint online for. I'd say if you're going for the full set though, you just gotta look into all the editions that have like a collector's edition, because there weren't a lot of collector's editions on PS2. So some of them are a little sneaky to find. But if you don't care about like differentiating between the normal retail release and the collector's editions, you'll be fine. Everything is readily documented. Did I get one of the futuristic colors? No, those were sold out when I bought mine. And even if they were still available, I still would have got the black one. Because all my other analog consoles are black. Except for the PC, the Duo. PC Engine Duo. Do I buy much physical these days? Oh, I do, but I'm very... You know, I'm not like going crazy buying stuff, because you know, I'm pretty content with a lot of my collection, so I just slowly add to them. Here and there. Especially the PS2. I'm always on the lookout for PS2 games that I don't have. And now with the analog 64, I'll be looking to add some N64 stuff over time. Games being more expensive just means that you have to really trust your judgment and appreciate the games that you buy even more. Because, it's a harder decision these days what ones you want to buy. So if anything, it makes the process slightly more fun because you gotta like be really sure about it. Do more research on it, be like, is this something that I really want? You can't just like buy anything and everything anymore. Hello, Black Mamba. Yeah, analogs consoles are just too convenient for me from a streaming perspective, so I always get them. Their picture quality and output is just too hard to pass up for me. Two classics. I definitely prefer Decap Attack. Still one of the most, like, creepy games. Like, creepy from a sense of the art direction and the music. Just everything about Decap Attack was just so... I loved it. It was hard. This game was hard. But it just had a really different vibe to this game. Never beat it. Never beat it. That game was crazy hard. Towards the, like, the first couple levels aren't too bad, but the further you get, the harder it gets. I didn't watch a Fable showcase. Unless you just mean the gameplay trailer they showed. Which, yeah, I mean, I thought it looked alright. I just pretty much mentioned earlier I like the environments. It's too soon to judge the game. I have no idea if I would like it or not. I'm not like some massive Fable fan or anything, so... What the heck is this? It's a different type of packaging. They put them in an egg? What is this, some kind of like Easter release? Looks like it. You tried Kid Chameleon a few years ago, didn't like it, wanted to though. I do feel like that's one of those Genesis games where if you played it as a kid, you really liked it. But coming back to it now as a first timer might be a little harder. It was just so cool to do the transformations in that game. I still actively collect. Oh yeah, for sure. Just not as hardcore, right? Like, the prices are crazy now. So I'm just very peculiar about what I add to my collection. I have not played Human Fall Flat. Might as well mention it. People that are unaware, this is the first eBay stream that I am doing. Well, at least in like 7 or 8 months. My multi-streams are now available on Kick as well, so if you are on the YouTube side especially, because most Twitch people, you know, they're pretty dedicated to Twitch. But if you are on the YouTube side and you use Kick, or you want to try it and see what you think of it, that is the link. So we're on 3 places now. You can pick your poison. I will be adding emotes to Kick soon. Like my own emotes. It takes a bit, like I mentioned. All my old emotes are on my old PC, so it takes me a while to bring them over to this PC. Gotta do all kinds of conversions based on what I have uploaded to Twitch. There will be Kick exclusive streams as well, so that's a reason to follow Kick. Especially if you don't... if you're not in my Discord and you don't follow me on X. The only way you'll know I go live on there is to follow. And I'm not gonna, like, send out an alert on YouTube. I mean, maybe one time I would try it, but for the most part it's pretty much gonna be, if you're following, you'll get the notification. Or Discord or X, and that's it. Actually, probably not a bad price. Wrestling games are not as dirt cheap as they used to be. $30 shipped. I don't know the price of these offhand, but I would imagine 30 shipped for 3 Black Label PS1 wrestling games. Right, because this one here, they want 20. This one here, they want 20. This lot here, the same games, it looks like, 36. So it seems like a very reasonable price with best offer. I'll link you guys to the seller. Well, there's still like a moderation bot thing over there, synthetic, so it's still gonna block crazy messages. Did I get the analog 3D? I did. Yeah, recently. Did I collect pretty quickly back in the day? Oh, for sure. I mean, collecting was definitely a way of life back when things were dirt cheap. Pretty much whatever you wanted, you could just get it. Things are just so cheap. It wasn't so much... Like, money was not the problem back then. It was just finding the games was harder because not everybody put them on eBay. So it was actually... Finding a rare game was hard because the game was rare. Not so much the price. We're talking a time where if a game was $100 or more, it was like unheard of. A game being $100+ was like super rare back then. We're talking like 2000, 2001. No, they didn't restock Fantastic Editions. But I'm personally, like, I'm not super into color variations. So I like my consoles to just be like a jet black or a gray. I like very monochrome style consoles. Well, that's a nice lot. 6 Tony Hawk games for Xbox. Probably priced accordingly, but I love themed lots. I really do. I love looking at a lot of games and it's all for like one series or genre or something. I really do feel like if you're going to sell games on eBay, this is one of the best ways to do it. Curate a little mini themed lot of all the same series, all the same genre, or games that just like make sense together. And I'm telling you, people will be way more interested in it than if you sold them individually. Yeah, I mean, if you're looking... That's why my channel is like a time capsule for that, like what eBay prices were. Not only do I have my old eBay game hunting videos that are still on the channel, but my old pickup videos. You can go back and watch them. And, you know, you can see the insane prices that things would go for back then. I think the NES lot and the Game Boy Advance lot video, I mean, among others, there were a lot of them. Just like ridiculous prices. Don't forget, I'm the person that traded a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga for a literal stuffed animal. A handmade eco Sackboy plush, right? That's how crazy the games were back then. That I would trade a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga for a handmade Sackboy doll. Because guess what? Panzer Dragoon Saga was like $150. And a handmade crocheted doll, custom made, I mean, that takes some time. So that's how we worked out the trade. That person definitely got the better end of the deal, don't get me wrong. But I still got my Sackboy. Still got, hold on, let me see if I can, give me one moment. Yeah, so this cost me a complete in-box copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga. Custom-made Sackboy Eco with the little stick. It's got the poncho. Because it was like impossible to find Eco merch back then and still is, so this to me was really cool. Still on my Eco shelf. Way better, right? Yeah, way better. Exactly. There's plenty of people out there that have more video game knowledge than me, Warbly. Everybody specializes in different things. Not going to pretend to be a know-it-all. Yeah, that's true. If I adjust the price for that Sackboy, it's $1,000 plush. That's true. Do I own any merch for Gex? I don't. I always wanted the Gex plush that they had with the tuxedo. But then suddenly the price on that just went from being like affordable and obtainable to like ridiculous. So I never added that to my collection. You had a copy. You had a chance to trade a copy of Nights on the Dreams for $30 and $30 for your friend's copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga back on the playground. I'm just impressed that you had a friend back on the playground that had a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga. That's pretty unheard of. Swapping Sega Saturn games on the playground. That's a great core memory. Hello, Jordan. Did I buy it back? Oh, what I did was I already had a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to give my only copy of it, so I just bought the most affordable copy on eBay, which was about $150 at the time. So rather than, like, paying her $150, I just sent the Panzer Dragoon Saga. And then I think what I did, too, is, like, I just checked which discs looked the best, and I kept the best discs anyway, and so it kind of worked out in a way. It upgraded my current copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga at the same time. My original copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga I bought on the Digital Press forums back in 2001 for $120. I used to do a lot of buying on Digital Press forums. I miss those days. Like, people would just make a topic, and they would just, like, list the games they're selling. Not even necessarily pictures, it would just be a list, a written list of the games with the prices. And you would just contact with them what you wanted to buy, and then they would ship it to you. You'd pay them, they'd ship it to you. Money order. I think it might have been the early days of PayPal people were doing back then. Can't remember. But I do remember having to get money orders and stuff. And there was a feedback system. People would have a thread with their name, and, like, people would leave you feedback in the thread to let people know if you're a trustworthy buyer or seller. Well, I tell you one area I would do good in with video game trivia is box art. You guys know how I am with box art trivia. We really need to do another one of those streams. That was so freaking fun. Where people, like, send me a snippet of a cover, and I tell you what cover it's from, what game it's from. I love that stuff. Because I have a very good visual memory. And people are like, oh yeah, I'm gonna stump them with this one, and I'm just like, this 10 by 10 pixel cover snapshot here, okay. Yeah, this super obscure game. The only thing that helps, though, is, like, narrowing it down to one console at a time and one region, right? You can't have people sending me, like, PAL covers and stuff. That's too crazy. I know the North American covers. Guzek sounds familiar, but I don't think I ever used it. No, I don't want to trade games. Just buy and sell. Like, I would never be like, oh, let's swap this game for that game. Nah, no thanks. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I think I remember that site a little bit. Swap searches. Gamedle. Is it like a browser-based thing or something? But I'm talking, like, I need something really challenging. If they're only going to use, like, more well-known games, that's no fun. Cover art. Guess the game by its cover art. Oh, okay. Interesting. Do I have to register to do this? Oh, are they doing like PC games or something? That's definitely not a cover from a console game. Yeah, it's a lot of modern games too, it looks like. If they let you do it by like console, like PS2 and PS1, that would be cool. Plus, like, I like the ones where people take a snippet of the cover, right? Not like a pixelated cover, but something where like people just take a little tiny piece of the cover, like a character, or you know what I'm talking about. I like guessing that. Have I seen the Kuan price spike? Has it gone above like $1,500? Hey, thanks, Pixelly. Yeah, everybody's staying cozy and cold and snowed in. Appreciate that resub. It's actually got some English in it. Potentially playable mech strategy game on the WonderSwan. Actually, it doesn't look that hard to play, because look, a lot of the menus and this stuff is in English. The only thing that's in Japanese is like the story, but who cares? Armored Unit. Cool cover. It actually looks like the same artist from like Magi Nation. Yes, people are more buying more physical again. People are getting tired of the streaming services. I could just imagine a lot more people are going to be hitting up thrift stores and buying used Blu-rays and DVDs and CDs. It's kind of tiring, and you're like, oh, I want to watch so-and-so movie, and then you have to look up what streaming service it's on, and it's always the one that you don't have. Ah, the Mario Kart finger puppets. I have these. This is one of the earliest ways to own a Donkey Kong Jr. figurine. There was this finger puppet, and then there was a plush from Super Mario Kart from Japan. But this is the first, to my knowledge, Donkey Kong Jr. figurine. Especially targeting Mario Kart. Now that I played Jack 1 on PS2, 3, 4, 5. I would say the PS2 or the PS3 version would be the best one to go with. Hey, what happened to our music? The PS5 version was just too annoying eating my inputs. Okay, interesting. I like this playlist too. Alright, over to this for a little bit then. Yeah, the Mario Party set of those. Yeah, the Mario Party ones are a little more common. There was a lot of Mario Party merch, actually. An obscure PS1 or PS2 RPG that 90% of people haven't heard of. Look up Falling Stars on PS2. Because that fits your criteria of 90% of people never heard of it. PS1's a little more difficult because I just feel like most people already know all the RPGs on there. I mean, like, there's nothing that obscure on the PS1. I feel like even most people are already learning about some of the super obscure ones like Guardians Crusade. Grand Stream Saga. Actually, I think Grand Stream Saga is a little slept on. That game's better than people would have you believe. The combat system was really fun in that. Hey, thank you, Christian. Appreciate that very much. How to rare sit around? Like my rare eco thing. I'm not sure what you mean. You might have mistyped something there. What are you asking specifically? Oh, there's tons of Japanese. Yeah, there's amazing Japanese PS1 RPGs out there, but I'm just going to assume that they're asking about the US ones. Let's see, let me just see if I can find a list of every PS1 US game here, just so I'm not forgetting any. Oh, Chocobo's Dungeon. That was really fun. But that's a pretty well-known one. Dragon Seeds is probably one of the most obscure, but I still haven't played that one. Dragon Valor was cool. Hard for me to remember my playthrough of that. That was so long ago. Jade Cocoon's pretty well-known. Monster Seed, I don't think I played yet. Everybody knows Rhapsody at this point. Man, I really gotta get around to playing Shadow Madness. I gotta see like what's up with that game. Yeah. Wow, is that really it? Those are all the PS1 RPGs? Wow. US PS1 RPGs. There's only a few on here that I haven't played. Still gotta play the Arc the Lad collection. That's definitely a priority for me. I gotta get that. I think I'm gonna really like that. You're not sure where I would go look for something like the Eco statue. All that stuff comes from eBay. eBay is where you gotta look for that kind of stuff. Right? Like if you want a Klonoa keychain from 1998, where are you gonna go? eBay. This is one of my favorite. This actually may be. I think I like this thing even more than the plushes, believe it or not. Because this is probably the most accurate Dorr to Phantom Isle PS1 Klonoa piece of merch they ever released. This little keychain. It is so one for one with his design in the PS1 game. It's amazing. Colors are like everything about it. The proportions, it's perfect. Where are you going to get a pin for Seaman on the Dreamcast? eBay. Kronos? A PS1 game you sniped a copy of or before? Kronos. I can't say I'm familiar with Kronos. A US PS1 game called Kronos with a K? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Unbummed. I actually am not staying warm right now. Thank you very much for reminding me. Let me get this heated blanket. If I was running my PS5 right now, I'd be sweating. But I'm not running my PS5. Telling you, if you ever need a little space heater that's right next to you, just pick up a PS5, especially a launch model. Have I ever bought anything on Facebook Marketplace? No. No. I don't use Facebook Marketplace. I just don't want to have to deal with meeting up with people. I'm just gonna be honest with you, right? Like, I just want to look at what I want to buy online, find the price I'm happy with, and just have it shipped to me. And I just prefer for people on Facebook to not know my address. That's pretty much it. Right, I'm a unique situation here. I'm not some anonymous person. I am unfortunately a online persona, and dealing with Facebook Marketplace is just something I don't want to deal with. Just meet at the police station. Or I could just buy what I want on eBay and not deal with it. Right, like it's just so much easier. But you know, then it gets to like some people can be a little awkward in person, right? So like even if you meet at a safe place, it's like, oh, PeteDorr, I didn't know you were local around here. Oh man, we should totally hang out sometime and play games. It's like, yeah, thanks for the trade. You know, like I just don't want to. Just buy on eBay. That's what I do. I don't want to deal with in-person stuff. Especially where I'm from, like you ain't getting nothing. It's back in the day maybe, but not anymore. There's just way too much competition. Look at this. They even make figure keychains for Sega bass fishing. I like the lure. I like that one the best. Oh, they made a figure for that one right there. Oh, that's what that one is right there. I like that. Cute little anime eyes on them though. Yeah, I'm sure Facebook Marketplace was a gold mine back in the day. But you know what was also a gold mine back in the day? eBay. Click on the connect prototype. Connect prototype. I must have missed it. Oh, this here. Nice dusty old Connect. Take a special someone to want to buy that for $600. Probably won't even work. Have I tried Mercari? Oh, I went crazy on Mercari back in 2020 to like 2022. Yeah. Mercari is not the same anymore, but yeah, when I started using it, oh my goodness. Ridiculous deals on there. Yeah, Mercari not as good as it once was. You could still find stuff on there, but most of the time it's a headache of just getting your orders canceled. Or having it sniped out from underneath you within 2 seconds. It's a pretty big headache. But I still will occasionally check Mercari if there's a game or something I'm looking for. And eBay might, like, be kind of low on availability. I might go swing on there and check it and see what they got. Sometimes I still buy something from there, here and there. That's how I originally found that a Hollywood video copy of Eco was out there. I bought it on Mercari, and then the person never shipped it, and I'm like, well, now I know they're out there. And it took me years to track down another one. This is a good Sonic clone, by the way. If you like Sonic the Hedgehog, this is just a straight up clone of Sonic, pretty much. But it's decent. Rocky Rodent. Well, I had stuff listed on my eBay store, but pretty much everything is sold. The next time I renew my P.O. box, I'll probably list some stuff on there again. Nothing crazy, I just put up random stuff. Hello, Taco. I'm gonna try and high guard tomorrow. I'm sure I might, I'll probably pop into a stream and see what it looks like. Or maybe I just go in completely blind and don't look at anything. And I just see what it is. But yeah, I will likely be trying it just to see, like, what's the deal with the game, Can't knock it until at least try it. Because, who knows, it could be another situation where the game's dead in a couple weeks. I kind of hope I don't like it, though. I don't want another modern shooter to have to play right now. I'd rather just, like, play the other stuff that I've been wanting to play, not get caught up in some addicting shooting game or something. Whatever that. I don't even know what it's going to be like. Who knows? Could be more melee focused. You ride around on horses and bears and tigers and whatever that. Who knows what's happening in that game? Did I ever buy homebrew RPGs? Like Pure Solar. I made a video on Pure Solar way back in the day that brought them a ton of exposure. Yeah. I mean, that was such a cool thing back in the day. Having a new Genesis game coming out that was an RPG. But in terms of, like, physical homebrew RPGs now, no, I haven't. Everything now just releases digitally. Finding a physical one is not as easy. I'm pretty sure I was the first person to make a video on Pure Solar on YouTube. Because I remember Watermelon Games reaching out to me and, like, they didn't know where the traffic was coming from. And then someone, like, I guess they asked a customer and they directed them to my YouTube channel. Just, like, flooded them with sales. But I thought it was a cool project back then. I wanted to support it. Sonic Rush Adventure Lanyard. That's cool and all, but I don't think you have $350 here. Put it to you this way, if it was $35, I'd still hesitate about buying it. But I understand, they want to start it high, you never know. You never know what kind of fan might be looking at it. Maybe they're really into both of those Sonic games. That's cool. Big box screensaver for Sonic. Cool artwork. Wow. The days of having to buy a big box PC game to get a screensaver. So crazy. Beautiful. I have the Sonic one of these. Actually, is it still within reach here? Hold on. Pretty sure I had it behind something. Maybe not. Well, anyway, I have the Sonic one. It's a cool leather wallet pouch, coin pouch thing with embroidered stitches. Vintage Sonic stuff is the coolest. It's just one of those things, Pie, where they're just like... Sometimes region-exclusive PS1 games, if it even has a shred of playability by people that can't read Japanese or Korean or anything, they'll make it expensive. If it's rare, playable, and has a cool anime-looking cover, they can jack the price up to whatever they want. McDonald's Dog Happy Life promo for PSP. McDonald's version? What are we feeding the dogs? McDonald's? Yeah, Pure Solar was awesome to play on... I played it on my CDX. I put the CD in, and then you can get the CD quality audio, but the gameplay was very lacking, and there was tons of balance issues. Do I like golf games? Can't say I love golf games. I just haven't played enough. It's not like I hate the ones I've played, I just don't really care about golf games. Have I received the Analog 3D yet? It has arrived, yeah. What a crazy looking cover on this. I would never guess that's a cover from Final Fantasy X. You found a Tails plush from Sonic 2 with the tag still on it 20 years ago? Yeah, you probably found the Caltoy one. The Caltoy version is really cool. It's honestly, I believe the original Caltoy Sonic plushes are still some of the best out there. Sonic Tails Caltoy plush. This one here, right? I'm assuming that's the one that you found. It's a little dirty. Yeah, the Caltoy Sonic plushes are some of my favorites out there. They're the first... These two here are the first plushes for Sonic that hit the US, by the way, right here. These are them, 1993. There were none prior. So if you wanted a Sonic stuffed animal as a kid like I did, this is what you got. Right there. And it's still to this day one of my favorites because it looks so accurate to the character. The proportions, like everything about it. They had different sizes. They had a smaller one. They had the normal size. They had a big one. They had this one, which was Well, the talking one also came in a box like this. I don't know if that's the talking one specifically. But yeah, there were like 3 or 4 different sizes for it. Came in this box. Well, if you're able to fix a capacitor on a 360, I'd say just go for that route. Most people wouldn't know how to fix a broken 360, so they just get a new one. But if you have the means, I'd say go for it. Yeah, well, I'm searching rare right now, so that's why everything is rare. I love rare as a search term because it's just a fun general search. You never know what you're gonna find. It's kind of just a fun catch-all kind of search. Except for these stupid digital items. Forgot to filter that crap out. Is Dark Cloud ended? No, I just do my eBay streams every week, so Dark Cloud will resume soon. And thank you again to everybody on YouTube if you've liked the stream. Appreciate you always doing that for me. If you haven't liked the stream yet, be sure to like it. It's just a great way for us to bring new people into my eBay streams. The YouTube algorithm has been doing a great job of recommending my YouTube streams to more new people because you guys always like the stream. So thank you to those of you that take the time. It's one of the coolest sequential covers for games, where the covers for all 5 volumes are just literally spelling out Namco. It's a really weird cover if you just look at it and you don't know why it has like just a red O on it. It honestly looks like one of the most lazy covers ever unless you know the full context of it. Alright, so it'll look right here's A, Namco, C. It's like they just progressively get more and more expensive. Anybody a big fan of Resident Evil Outbreak? You want a wristwatch? Did I ever play that terrible Kung Fu animal fighting game on the Super Nintendo? Oh, you mean Brutal? I played the 32X version. I really don't remember what I thought of that game. It must not have been that great because I don't remember much. Yeah, old promotional watches for games were pretty straightforward. Nothing too fancy. It's just something fun that I like to point out once in a while, because I love it when people can discover that they have something they weren't aware of in their collection. So if you have Fatal Frame on PS2, you can check your copy and see if you have a first print edition, which are slightly more sought after. Just because, you know, most people, they like to have the first print of a game. So the way you easily tell with this, if your manual looks like this, that's a first print manual. If you want to make sure that your like the full game is actually and not just a manual. This is the next easiest way to tell if your Tecmo in the bottom right corner here is small, as opposed to this one, which is gigantic. That's the reprint version. No difference other than just being a reprint, and this is the original printing. Skull Monkeys. Probably one of the hardest PS1 games to get a clean copy of, because once this cover breaks, there's no replacement for it. This is a cover specifically for Skull Monkeys because it has the rivets in it, which are meant to make the cover, the eyeball, like move. So once this case breaks, like a hinge snaps on it or something, it can be, there's no replacements. That's it. You gotta like just get a whole another case for this game. So, Skull Monkeys go up in price over the years. Amazing game. The only reason this would be one of my favorite PS1 games out there, but in my opinion, it's too hard. I think it's a little too hard, this game. Lower this a little bit. Yeah, that would be a near top 10 game worthy game for me, but it just kicks your ass. It's just, some of those levels are crazy. Love the music, love the claymate. Like, I love all that stuff. I just wish it was a little easier. Dino Crisis cost $300 plus. Dino Crisis? The only version that'll cost $300 is the Greatest Hits version, which is one of the hardest Greatest Hits PS1 games to find. The Black Label, that's still not that hard to get at all. Anybody need Silent Hill 2 limited edition performance grippers for their controller? That sounds so wrong. Anybody need some performance grippers? Surprise your significant other when you bust them out for your next session of Silent Hill 2. They go on your joystick to apparently offer more gripping power. Oh, geez, that sounds even... It's an interesting piece of merch, that's for sure. It's the save logo on the joystick, apparently. What is that reflecting on the screen? Oh, okay, alright. I see it now. It's the phone. I'm telling you, these reflections sometimes. You never know. I always wanted this game. Well, I wanted it back when it was like a $15 game, which apparently it no longer is. Some fighting game. Yeah, I don't care if I've never seen the show as long as it looks like it's a fun game. I don't really care if I know the source material. If they're cheap, if they're expensive, that's a different story. Oh yeah, the rubber. Yeah, the rubber on PS4 joysticks is. They can get a little tacky. Turtle learning software. I like that cover. God, I just look at this cover. We need more like Boris Vallejo, Frank Frazetta. Game covers back again. Actually looks like a good game. Dragon Wars? Can't say I'm familiar with that. Kemco. Man, if Kemco still put out games that had covers like that, boy, I'd be lining up. In line for it. Thanks, Bandersnatch. Thank you for the kick follow. Any ideas for first kick only stream? Well, I think one of my goals, like when we hit some threshold, I definitely plan on picking up a copy of BMX XXX on the GameCube. Because that's an uncensored version. And that's a banned game on Twitch. So that'll probably be an exclusive stream on Kick. I wanna do some Second Life streams, because that's another banned game. So that would be a fun thing to try. And then, you know, I'm sure we'll do other things that are not just banned games. So maybe when we reach like a certain amount of followers or subscribers or something on there, we'll all pick up BMX XXX. Manhunt is not banned, no. What is banned is if you play an uncensored version of 2. I believe. Well, I mean, there are some very obvious games that should be banned from places like Twitch, because on the PC, like on the Steam side of things, there's some ridiculous stuff out there that you definitely should not be streaming on Twitch. I don't agree with all their game bans, though. Some of them, I think, are a little too rooted in the past. You know, like, tons of people stream that Conan Exiles game. Isn't that the game where everybody just runs around naked with stuff like flopping in the wind everywhere? That's okay, right? But then something like BMX XXX isn't? It's like, I don't know, it's just kind of weird. At least, I think that's how that Conan game used to be. I don't know how it is now. That's all I remember about that game when it came out, though. Honestly, I prefer the older Star Fox plushes to these. I really like those classic ones they came out with back in the 90s from Japan. These proportions on these are weird. Oh, thank you, Pat. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, I don't know the band list anymore offhand, but Night Trap is definitely not banned. That was a great. I enjoyed streaming that game. I think I'm partially responsible for Sonic merch being so valuable. Oh, definitely not. Yeah, Sonic stuff got really expensive after I stopped making videos and collecting it. Apparently I collected during a good time. Do I try to stick to listings from the US? Yeah, it's just more universal. You know, I don't filter out stuff from Australia or Canada or anything like that. But unless I'm specifically looking for a region-specific game, then I don't really search out like PAL stuff or anything. See, that's what I'm talking about. Remember we were talking about Neo Geo AES games earlier? Well, this is a common occurrence with Neo Geo AES games. There you go. You want to shoot 'em up? $12,000. I think I have an MVS conversion card of Blazing Star. Actually, yes, I do. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not looking at this, to be clear. I'm looking at a official MVS cart with a custom-made shock box for the MVS version. It's a good game. I would highly advise not spending $12,000 on it. That's for sure. But that's what I mean. Like, Neo Geo collectors are just like... They are a different kind of collector. Oh yeah, the Neo Geo stuff on the Evercade, great alternative if you have the Evercade Alpha. So this is what people are spending on Neo Geo AES carts, and this is still like this is just the beginning. I'm telling you, some of the really rare AES stuff, unreal what they go for. But that kind of stuff, those kind of deals don't pop up too often because the games are just so rare. And I think a lot of those deals actually go down privately to avoid fees. Yeah, I only had a couple of AES games before I decided to get rid of it. It's just, even back then, it was too much to collect. I had Blues Journey, which at the time was like a $60 game. Now it's $500. Well, $200 to $500. It was just a cute little platformer. You should have one of the English Metal Slugs for the AES. You gave up collecting for the AES, right, Stage 1? Or did you ever, like, dabble back into it? Yeah, I remember Stage 1 was, getting pretty into AES stuff for a little bit there. Not like this kind of stuff, right? Like, but like some of the lower end AES. But very rarely do you pick up anything, yeah. Yeah, that's not the console. That's not the kind of console you can buy stuff for all the time. Yeah, I have a multi-cart for MVS, and I'm happy with that. You get a couple good multi-carts. That's all you need. A Destiny plushie for $500. The heck even is that? Yeah, I have no idea. They don't mean DGG. Yeah, I don't. They don't mean the guy that's banned on Twitch, do they? Or some other Destiny streamer. That guy? And they actually think they're gonna get $500 for that. Interesting. I'm telling you, I've been in a Pokemon mood lately. Like, I really want to play another Pokemon game. I don't know what one people would want to watch me play the most. Like, what Pokemon game would you guys want to see me stream the most? Any Pokemon. New, old, doesn't matter what it is. What I love is everybody's giving mostly different answers. That just shows you the power of Pokemon. Everybody's got their favorites. Fire Red. Yeah, I have never played Fire Red or Leaf Green. I want to make it a priority to get a copy of Fire Red or Leaf Green. I don't care what one it is, though I'd prefer Leaf Green. Just because I like Venusaur. How is that new? How is the new version that they released on Switch for what was it, Diamond and Pearl? Were those versions any good? I hated the chibi look of the characters, but Yellow Darkness, ah man, I do want to play that game. The music bothers the hell out of me. It's so bad, the battle music. Just don't stream Pokemon Go. I could when the weather gets nicer. Pokemon Snap. I really want to stream Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Stadium, Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green. And then after that, it's like, whatever. Pokemon Crystal. I wouldn't mind playing Pokemon Crystal. I'd probably have to, like, get a replacement battery before I do that, though. Get a replacement Actually, if I get a... I'm gonna have to get one with a replaced battery. Make sure, like, ahead of time that it's already swapped out so I don't gotta deal with that. Of course, now we got Pokemon music. What are the chances? So it seems like Emeralds. I would love to play Emerald, but I'm not really looking to. The price on that one's kind of crazy. I feel like I just have to play Fire Red or Leaf Green. Unfortunately, when those games originally came out, I was in my, like, I don't care about Pokemon phase right now. I just dodged it somehow. I just never... Still don't know how I never played those. Homebrew Neo Geo CD game Frog Feast. They released this on... I think this was a Jaguar CD game as well. Looks enthralling. There are Pokemon places on Second Life. I'm sure there are. I can only imagine. All the Jigglypuffs walking around, you know? Alright, let's do affiliate after this page. Yeah, you know, Adam, it's funny that you mentioned that. I was actually thinking of doing something like that. How cool would it be if I streamed Pokemon Red or Blue? Like a legit playthrough, original cart, no cheats, no, you know, just playing through the game, catching stuff, leveling it, and then I played through Pokemon Stadium with that by using the transfer pack. That would be a lot of fun. See how far my team can take me. I'd unfortunately have to get Pokemon Stadium 1 with the transfer pack. But I could, you know, I could try and make that a priority. And then, can you still take the Pokemon... So, Pokemon Stadium 2, what would they want you to do? Use Gold and Silver for Pokemon Stadium 2? You can use Gen 1 or 2. Can you use Crystal? Or do you have to use Gold or Silver? Here's my original Game Boy Pocket. The one that got stolen from me in school. Still remember the commercial. The guy making like the clover with his tongue, with his winter jacket on. And this was a pretty limited color. This was not easy to get. It was really cool. It's like a metallic blue. It's actually just like my cup here. It's like something like that. And it had my copy of Pokemon in the console. So I lost that. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I've told the story before, but essentially you weren't supposed to... Imagine living in a time where you were not supposed to bring Game Boys to lunch in school. And the lunch aide, like the supervisor, caught me playing Pokemon on my Game Boy. Took it away. And then put it down on a lunch table and walked away and left it unattended. And then another student stole it. Like, I could see during class, alright, but lunch? You can't play your Game Boy? Like, I just still can't get over that. Nintendo Wii Wheel Bundle Factory Sealed. Did complain to the principal, though, and did get reimbursed. I forget how much it was, but it was enough to buy a Game Boy Color. Yeah, they were found to be in the wrong. But imagine going from a Game Boy with Pokemon. I got the Game Boy Color, and they were sold out of Pokemon, because that was during, like, peak craze. They were sold out of Pokemon everywhere. So I settled on A Bug's Life. While I waited for Pokemon to get restocked. Yeah. Yep. I don't know why I got A Bug's Life. I don't even think I'd seen the damn movie at that point. But it had that foil lenticular cover, you know, that spine that shined like a rainbow. I'm like, oh my god, that looks so cool. And it was like one of the only games they had available there, so I'm like, sure, I'll go with that. What a garbage game that was. Hold on. I don't know why it does this sometimes. My chat needs to be, like, refreshed. I still have it. Yeah, I still got it. So this is apparently really rare. That is a really odd looking steering wheel. It's supposed to be like an F1 steering wheel. Iron Hunter. Still unfortunate that Square Enix has never done anything with this freaking game. People would die for just an easier way to play it. What kind of games you selling, Spookbot? Oh, that's right. I was supposed to do affiliate. Let's bring it up. All right, we are looking between the dates of January 11th and January 17th. So if you bought anything with my affiliate link between those dates, hopefully it shows up on here. For those that don't know, we are looking through a list of things that people bought using my eBay affiliate link. So people from my community, we take a look at what they bought, what they paid. Was it a good deal? Was it a bad deal? What kind of interesting things were picked up? And if you want your stuff to appear on here, you just need to click my affiliate link, which on YouTube is... Well, they're the links that I put in chat, first of all, or in any video or stream description. If you hit the description, you'll find the affiliate link in there as well for the US. International links are on my Linktree and on my Twitch page. Sonic Battle for the Game Boy Advance for $40. $40 for the cart. Game has definitely gone up over the years. I never really got super into Sonic Battle. Like I thought it was a cool premise, but I never got really into it. Yeah, just the cart. Kodomo no Jikan Rin Kokono. Whatever this may be. Do I have to pre-screen this one? I might. You never know. Whenever I read something like that, boy, you just never know. Let's see. Oh boy. That is something, all right. What is Kodomo no Jikan? What is this? What is this based on? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one. I mean, it's not like I did not link this. No, I did not link this. It's a manga series. Okay. Well, I'm not going to show it on stream. But I'm sure there's going to be some of you out there that are very curious. So I will put the link in chat for you. And you'll see why I'm not showing this on stream. At first I thought the figure was broken. I'm like, oh no, the head fell off. And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Final Fantasy X-2 HD Remaster for the Vita. That's probably a fun way to play Final Fantasy X. Who doesn't want to play Final Fantasy X handheld, right? Final Fantasy VII Dirge of Cerberus for the PS2. Great game. I actually think that game it got undeserved hate for sure. I had a lot of fun playing Dirge of Cerberus for the first time. And all of you that wrote it off back in the day, I encourage you to play it now. I think you'll really enjoy it. Just think of it as a fun little spin-off, like action game for Final Fantasy with some cool little side story moments with the characters. If you're a fan of Kate Sith, it's really fun. There's like some fun Kate Sith stuff in there. I would highly recommend it. Sacred 2 Fallen Angel. Okay, we got some good people with good taste. Unfortunately, the port of that they did for modern consoles was supposed to be super broken. Unfortunately, it doesn't even have online. How are you gonna release Sacred 2? One of the greatest like Diablo, Baldur's Gate, like open world RPGs that had amazing drop in, drop out multiplayer on 360 and PS3. How are you gonna release a modern remake of that and then have local multiplayer only? Like, are they crazy? I was so disappointed with that. So lazy. Yoshinari art book, Rakugaki edition. Oh, you know what we gotta do first. Oh, okay. Oh, well, yeah. No, this is cool. Some Astro Boy. It looks cool. It honestly looks like rough sketches, like a real sketchbook. How they did this. Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance for the PS2 disc only, $11. 8x6x4 boxes. Somebody's definitely shipping some video games. It's like the perfect size. 10 action movie Pure Adrenaline DVDs. Alright, let's see what Pure Adrenaline looks like for $2. It's like, why go climb some Taipei building with no rope when you can just buy some $2 Pure Adrenaline DVDs? Wow. Yeah, let's get your adrenaline going. These are the kind of DVDs you'd find in like those like dollar stores, the dollar store bins. Disaster Report 4 Summer Memories. Ooh, that reminds me. Yeah, I really want to play more Disaster Report games. Specifically that one. Mortal Kombat XL for the PS4, $8. An iPhone 3rd edition for $71. Interesting. That's like an ancient iPhone, isn't it? Huh. I wonder if somebody's taking this to like put old phone games on it. Or no, SE. Okay, so maybe that's 2022. Okay, it's not. I'm not an aficionado with the freaking names of this stuff. Various Artists, The Ultimate Collection 70s CD. A lot more CD pickups lately. Metal Gear Solid The Greatest Hits for PS1 for $43. Sounds about right. Ni no Kuni Wrath of the White Witch official game guide hardcover. I wonder who bought this. I know 30 was playing Ni no Kuni, been using a guide, but I'm not sure if this is his. If he already had it. Yeah, this is the guide I had. An amazing guide, like an actually super great strategy guide. Plus it looks beautiful. So you know you're getting into some crazy stuff when your strategy guide, when you look at it from the side and it looks like it's some kind of like filing folder. Look at that. Yeah, good luck 100% in this game. You better have some time on your hands. And for those that are unaware, I am slowly working through a playthrough of this right now. I played about once per week at the moment. The playthrough for that, though, since I started it on my second channel, it resumes on my second channel. So when I do play this, it is on my second YouTube channel. I'll put a link to it if you want to join in and watch the past VODs. Or, just jump in with the next one I'm going to be doing. I am currently at the Hamlin town. He accepted 20 bucks. Okay, so that was the guide you picked up. Yeah, it's a great price for that guide. Final Fantasy 12 original soundtrack with manual Japanese soundtrack. I like the music in 12. I really do. This looks great too. Love that art on the back. Pop Memories of the 60s. 10 disc set for 20 bucks. Nintendo 64 Hybrid Heaven cartridge only $23. I do look forward to trying that game one day. I do have it. Haven't played it yet. Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger for the PSP. Yeah, I used to be very into the first Blaze Blue on 360. More 70s CDs. Coated Arms for PSP. Man, I never played Coated Arms. Van True Element Light Wi-Fi Mini Dashcam. And Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe for the PS3. So I would say the purchase of the week is the Kodomo no... No, I'm just kidding. It is... Honestly, this art book was pretty cool. I'd say the art book. You bought all the CDs, Trekkie going through the decades. Yeah, because I think last week we saw one of the, like, now that's what I call music things, and you were probably like, oh, you know what? Let me go buy a whole bunch of super value, like, great. You get so many songs and artists out of those compilation CDs. So yeah, thank you everybody for using the affiliate as always. Better than paying for streaming services. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You just finished last boss. It was annoying. Yeah, I don't look forward to getting to that. Which Final Fantasy had the best music? Oh man, that's so... You want to know the cheap answer? Final Fantasy Theater Rhythm Curtain Call. That's the Final Fantasy with the best music. Because it's every song, practically. But outside of that, oh man. Man, that's a tough one. If we're talking like original versions that don't include remixes, like pixel remasters and stuff like that. Obviously, I really like 7's. I really like 8's music. 8 may not be my favorite Final Fantasy, but man, the music in 8 is phenomenal. I really like the music in 9. But my answer is Final Fantasy 11. Yeah, that's the thing about Final Fantasy music. Certain Final Fantasy games have like more standout tracks for certain areas, right? Like maybe one has a better battle theme. My favorite battle theme for like normal Final Fantasy battle music, 8. I actually really like 8's music. But then certain ones have better world map music. Some of them have better town music. But for my favorite music for like out and about in the game world, like just kind of like traversing the game world, 11 hands down. But it is one of those kind of games where if you didn't play it, you're not really going to be attached to the music. But if you played it, you know. You know. They are the top of the top. Yeah, Final Fantasy X... Actually, no, I take that back. Final Fantasy X might actually have my new favorite normal battle music. And I actually really like the HD remix version, like the HD version, the remix music they did. It might be controversial, but I almost think I like that version more than the original because they add some really cool, like, pronounced bells at the beginning of the song that I really like. How is Golden Sun? Sorry, I almost missed your question, the guys. Golden Sun is a... As far as I'm concerned, Golden Sun is like a near masterpiece for a handheld turn-based RPG. The only thing that holds Golden Sun back for me, I hate the freaking puzzles in the dungeons. I just can't... I just pretty much put up with it because the rest of the game is so amazing. The Pixel Remaster music is phenomenal. From now on, when I play Final Fantasy 1 through 6, it is gonna be the Pixel Remasters, because the Pixel Remasters, from what I played of those, are phenomenal. Music is amazing. Graphics, perfect. The pacing, amazing. Like, I never thought I could find a way to, like, enjoy something like Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3, but, like, those Pixel Remasters, 4, like, an amazing version of 4. Have I played Grand Stream? I played Grand Stream Saga many years ago. I didn't finish it, but I remember really, really liking the battles. The battles are really unique in Grand Stream Saga. I recommend it. I don't know what the game goes for these days, but it's not that expensive. $34 360 games ending in 2 minutes. Currently $140. Seems about right. It's like $5 a game. Honestly, the best value here are the Left 4 Dead games. Those are not as cheap as they once were. I wouldn't even have time to link this to you guys. It's over in 10 seconds. Let's see what it goes for. Seems about right. I'm definitely more of a CD person, personally. They're just more affordable. The packaging on the vinyls are amazing. But CDs, it's just, you know, you can bring them with you, pop them in your car if you want. Like, I don't know. I'm still old school with CDs. I still use burnt CDRs that I made like 20 years ago. Here's the Ridge Racer game that killed the series, by the way. Thanks, Ridge Racer on Vita. Absolute travesty. So for those of you that don't know the story behind this game, first of all, this released for $40 in a time where most Vita games were still around $30. And to top it off, you were only getting a small percentage of the game. So you would spend $40 on this. I think the base game, I didn't play it, so, you know, I'm just trying to remember my best here. But I think the base game only came with a small handful of tracks, a small handful of vehicles. Like, it was essentially like buying an incomplete game, like a demo of a game. And then you had to spend more money to buy more content in the game. So, of course, the game sold very poorly. Which is a shame because I'm sure the game was probably great. But nobody wanted to buy it knowing what they were getting and what you had to buy with it. Like, it had microtransactions. And this, in my opinion, killed the series because Namco looked at it probably more so... They probably looked at it like, oh, I guess people don't care about Ridge Racer anymore. And less so like, oh, I guess people aren't ready to buy a $40 game and buy a bunch of microtransactions. So, that was it. For traditional Ridge Racer, I think this was the nail in the coffin, and that's probably they did Unbounded, right? They're like, okay, let's switch things up, and then that was a flop, and that was that. Console launches just aren't the same anymore without Ridge Racer games on day one. Am I the only person on planet who would recommend Balan Wonderworld? No, other people recommend it. I think at this point, I can understand not buying Balan Wonderworld when it came out for full price. No problem, you know, wait. Not everybody can spend $60 on a game that they're not sure is going to be good or not. But at this point, if you consider yourself a fan of 3D platformer collectathon games, and you still have not played Balan Wonderworld when you can get a physical copy of that game for like $5, just pack your bags, sell off all your 3D platformers. No, but you should really play it. You'll enjoy it if you like 3D platformers, especially for the price it is now. I mean, there's no excuse. So I did a speedrun Outrun 2 Coast to Coast. Yeah, I did a lot more speedruns for the first Outrun 2. I actually still prefer that a little bit more. When I got it, I think I got my first copy in a lot, so I didn't buy it individually. But the CD on that was kind of scratched up, so I bought a replacement, and I think at the time it was like $60. And even that copy was scratched up, so it has a hard time like reading the music, unfortunately. Coast to Coast is definitely worth it, though, if you're a fan of racing or Outrun. It's an amazing game. However, Outrun 2 is still a fine alternative that's a little cheaper. They're pretty much the same games, it's just that Coast to Coast has a lot of additional content, and it has the convenience of being able to do, I forget what they call it, like the World Tour, where instead of having to just do one route at a time, you can string them all together and do one route after the other, after the other, after the other, and that's really cool. Wow. That's impressive that this Warhammer game is still $33 with $5 shipping. That is very unusual. A game like this by now would be like $15, $20. I hate the box of modern game, but like look at how terrible that looks. I miss the days where the back of a box was just like the artwork spanning from the front to the back cover. You had like cool art all around it, the screenshots, the quotes, the bullet points. Now it's just like, how much useless crap can we fit on the back of this box? $102. Mostly due to Scarface. Am I into trading card games? Well, I've got good news for you, James Clark. For the past 3+ years, I've uploaded videos to my trading card game channel. So if you're looking to watch me open and do all kinds of trading card game content, here's the link. Trying to reach 3,000 subscribers on there. We're getting close. It's just like a small little side channel, you know, nothing crazy. So it's a slow climb. You'll see I go through my phases on there. It started as a MetaZoo channel, and then it went into like an all things trading cards channel, and then it went pretty heavy in the Pokemon, and now it's kind of back to like all things. No Magic the Gathering on there though. this song. I don't like this song. Let's go back to see if the other playlist works again. This one was good. Oh no. It's down, really? Darn, that was a good stream. Oh well. Just picked up the new Gundam TCG today. I opened some Gundam. Yeah, I still got a couple of videos that I still got to upload for that. Honestly, it's really hard to get in the US. Like, I was starting to get into it, but I needed the starter decks, and they were completely sold out. People wanted like $60+ for a single starter deck, and you need 2 of them to get the cards you need to play. Because I wanted to play, I wanted to go to local stores and play. But they were just... It was too popular here, and it was... You're talking like $100+ to get 2 starter decks. Crazy. And then you need multiple starter decks, because each starter deck has like staple cards. And it just makes sense to buy the starter deck than the individual cards, because those are expensive. It was just a big debacle here in the US. Hollywood video copies of Shrek the Third. Ooh. And now that's a rare variant right there, boy. I think that's my first time seeing a Hollywood video sticker where they just took a second purple sticker and slapped it on top. Gonna have to keep an eye out for that variant on Eco. If I ever see another one. Did I ever go back and give 10 a second chance? Not yet. I may have plans for Final Fantasy games this year, though, so stay tuned. You've been playing through the Pixel remasters. They're fantastic. Slice Live J-pop game. That sounds like a decent way of describing 10-2. What was my favorite action figure when I was little? Wow. That's an interesting question. Man, I had so many figures I liked when I was a kid. I just really liked monster figures. Like, as a kid, I didn't even realize that I was getting He-Man figures. I just liked them because they looked like cool, weird monsters. I was all into the crazy creature toys. So I'm not, like, my favorites I probably couldn't even describe to you because I don't even know what the heck they're called. Pretty much, okay, I think for the 90s, one of my favorites were Street Sharks. I really loved the Street Sharks figures. They were so high quality. And man, I regret it. I freaking sold them all. I sold so much of my childhood stuff on eBay. When I first started, like, getting into eBay and, like, really getting into collecting retro stuff. I sold so... That's how I lost my entire Pokemon collection. Most of my old 90s toys, a lot of them are just sold on eBay. But the way I look at it is, like, except for Pokemon, that's still one of my biggest regrets I've ever had. Selling my whole card collection. And not just my cards, but, like, everything I freaking had practically for Pokemon. But, like, the way I look at it is the money that I got for selling those things, I bought games that were probably so cheap. So now, like, you know, it kind of evens out all these years later. Yeah, I had Mighty Max, but Street Sharks, those are some high quality figures. You know, there's still like a huge fan base for Street Sharks. Those things go for big money. Street Sharks go for a lot. Still a lot of collectors for those things. Especially if they're in the box, like, forget about it. I think they did reprints of them, though, believe it or not. I used to love this guy. I guess this is the closest thing I had to a Barbie. Didn't sit there combing his hair, but you know what? It was the closest thing to a Barbie. And then I remember I had the Monster Trolls. Yeah, Monster Trolls was another thing. I don't know what the... Yeah, like these guys. Battle Trolls. I never had any other Trolls, but I had these. I had pretty much like the full set. Sold these on eBay. Didn't have that guy. Didn't have him. Didn't have this guy, but I had all these other ones. Werewolf was my favorite. Had that guy. Had this guy. This guy reminded me of, what's his name? Ilias or whatever from Golden Axe. Did I have the Eggy? I had Crazy Bones. I had some Crazy Bones. I didn't have a ton of them, though. Yeah, I had a single Power Rangers toy, which was like a Blue Ranger, and that was it. Like one of the bigger ones. I like Power Rangers, but I never really got into collecting the toys. The one thing I wish I got into, though, was like the Transformers. Having vintage Transformers figures these days. That would be a pretty big deal. I was very into Monsters in My Pocket. Those I still have. Monsters in My Pocket. Those are great. There was a whole third series that we never got in the US. I forget what it was exclusive to. Let's see. Monsters in My Pocket Series 3. They were like colored and everything. Or is it Series 4? Is it Series 5? Eventually we'll get there. Well, they're not showing them. They never released in the US. They were like full color versions. Is that them? Dinosaurs Series 6. Let's try Series 7? I don't even remember. I don't remember what I gotta type in to find it, but... And no, I don't have the one that came with the NES game. I wish I did. Oh, I had Inhumanoids. For the longest time, I actually had no idea what these are from. I had several of these. Recently, I was watching something on YouTube with like a few months ago, like old cartoon shows from back in the day. And all of a sudden I'm watching it, I'm like, oh my god. That's the freaking figure that I had as a kid that I never know where it came from. It was so trippy. This thing. I had this freaking thing. I saw it in a show and I'm like, oh my god, that's the toy I had as a kid. I never knew where this came from because it was pretty obscure. Pretty obscure. Giant figure, by the way. This thing is huge. Huge. Yeah, Inhumanoids. It had a subtitle go along with it. I didn't have any of these things. I don't care about these. I just wanted the monsters. Of course, it sucks I don't have this anymore. I had this tree thing. I had him. Like, these are the random monster things I'd have. I had this thing, this rat thing. Apparently from... I don't think that's from Inhumanoids. Yeah, I had this thing. But I would just get these random monster figures. I didn't care what they were from. If they looked cool, I wanted it. And a lot of them I used to get from flea markets. Flea markets were the best for that stuff back in the day. And that's why a lot of times I didn't know what it was from. Because it would, just be in a bin. You remember that tree, guys? See, we're unlocking core memories. We're unlocking core memories. And what the hell? Let's spend 10, 15 minutes looking through 90s figures, right? Let's unlock some. Let's unlock some more memories of things we forgot about. Oh, I had the Space Jam figures. Yeah, I think I had like the full set. I was really into Space Jam when that came out. I want to see the obscure stuff in here, though. Like, I don't care about Marvel stuff. I don't care. I want to see the super underground. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, that was I had some TMNT figures. This was one of my favorites. This guy right here. That thing, this like serpent guy. Yeah, so there were some great TMNT monster figures. I didn't care about the Ninja Turtles. I just wanted the weird stuff. I remember I had some Bucky O'Hare figures. Oh my god, I had this guy too. I love this guy. I don't know who that was. I had a figure. Actually, I had another one I think that looked just like him. Right? Like, I didn't want Leonardo. I didn't want none of I wanted whatever the hell that was. That's just how it was. This is him. This is the one I'm thinking of right here. This was my favorite TMNT figure. He's missing an arm. I don't know who the hell who that's supposed to be. But that was my favorite Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figure. That's Slash? Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not a TMNT expert. But yeah, he looked awesome. It's all Ninja Turtles and stuff. I wish somebody would list like the super underground stuff. Pirates Dark Water. Oh, this is Bucky O'Hare. This guy's Bucky O'Hare. I had this guy too. I used to like him. Who is that? What is that from? Yeah, one of my favorite figures was the little eye guy. I don't remember his name. The Bucky O'Hare, like, eyeball character. Oh, man, I had the Primal Rage figure. I had this. Primal Rage figures were awesome. They were big too. They were pretty high quality figures. The only one I had was him though. The Blizzard guy. I wish I had the full set. One of my other favorite figure lines was Pack Attack. I loved Pack Attack. Pack, was it with a K? Pack Attack. 90s figure. Yeah, Pack Attack. So they were like normal. They were a normal vehicle until you pressed the thing on the back, then they turn into a monster. I had most of them. I think it's spelled with a K, because it's not giving me the results I want. So maybe let me put in toy. Yeah, core memory unlock with Pack Attack. They're there. Yep, all these things. Oh man, the pterodactyl one. That was one of my favorites. That one right there. Yeah, I love that one. Had that one. Apparently I didn't have all of them. Yeah, those were cool. Some kind of Hot Wheels variant. Yeah, there he is. Let's see if they show him. The pterodactyl. Boom, there he is. Yeah, the big one with the cage on his back. Yeah, I think I remember one you're talking about. Oh, Z-Bots. Oh my god, I used to love Z-Bots. I think I still have my Z-Bots. I loved Z-Bots. I think there's still a lot out there I didn't collect past like a certain series. I had this thing. How'd you know if you were in the Z-Bots? If you had this thing. Giant. They used to do these with toys back then where you'd have like a big storage container for all your smaller figures. But Z-Bots were just like small little articulative robot figures. Okay, this must have been from a series. I don't think I had any of those ones, to be honest. Yeah, oh yeah, I had these guys. Yep. Look how cool they are. Look at the detail on these things. And these are tiny little, like, 1.5, 2-inch figures. 1.5, 2-inch. All articulative as well. Like, you can move them around. And every one of them had a little logo on their chest, so you knew they were a Z-Bot. What I liked about these, the reason why I liked them so much, they reminded me of the kind of characters you'd find in like a Sega Genesis game or something. Like it just felt like the kind of enemy you'd be fighting in like a game at the time. In terms of their design and everything, they looked like they were plucked straight out of a video game. So they were really fun for that. Anyway. Z-Bots, top of the top. They're pretty cheap too. They're not like, if you want to like collect them things again, they're not that bad. Did I ever have Mighty Max? I had some Mighty Max. I liked Mighty Max, don't get me wrong. I had the Mighty Max Castle thing. Let me see if I can find it. Mighty Max. I don't know what it was called. Castle 90s. See if I can find it. This thing? Is that it? That's it. I loved this thing. It was like this big fortress in a mountain. But this was a big deal for Mighty Max because it was like a huge... Normally the little things you had were like these little tiny Polly Pocket things. Right, but this was like a giant This was like the Cinderella's Castle equivalent, right? Like whatever the equivalent Polly Pocket would be with Mighty Max. This was my favorite one right there. That was my favorite Mighty Max. This thing. Yep, here it is. Here's the castle. Only 20 bucks too. Incomplete, $30, no figures. Look at this thing. It's like a monster face. And then you open it up and it's just like this cool fortress. I love creepy crawlers. I used to make them all the time. Yep. I'd still make them if the goop was easy to find. That stuff's expensive. You know how expensive goop is for creepy crawlers now? It's crazy. The goop is the hardest part to get. It's so expensive. It's usually half empty, and it's crazy pricey. There, 120 bucks. Obviously, that's in the box. I don't know if anybody ever come up with a... Like, maybe this is an equivalent. Maybe somebody finally... It looks like somebody may have finally invented an alternative. I don't know. Like, whatever this is, it looks way more affordable than the official Creepy Crawlers goop. Yeah, it looks like people may have finally, like, found alternatives. The colors suck, though. Those colors... You need those you need those psychedelic... You need, like, that green. Who wants that green when you can have that green, right? You know? Look at that. That's 90s green right there. Did I have Rock Lords? I don't think I've heard of Rock Lords, no. Yeah, I never had that. Let me see, hold on, let me look it up and see. Rock Lords toy. No. No. I never saw these. Honestly, it looks like they would have been a little hit or miss for me. I think for myself, the only one I probably would have liked is this one. They look a little... I think they're a little too robotic Transformers-esque for my taste. I definitely liked more alien-like monster-looking things. Oh, I would have liked this one. Yeah, I would have liked this guy right here. I would have liked that one for sure. But, like, see this? I wouldn't have liked that one. Yeah. I probably saw them in, like, bins back in the day, but I probably didn't have an interest in them. Yeah, if it's more of an 80s thing, I probably would have missed out on seeing them anew in the stores as well, so... Oh yeah, you gotta go with the crazy looking colors. When it's like burning in the oven, you can just like smell the fumes that are giving you God knows what diseases. Infections, right? Like you gotta breathe in that plastic to get the full effect from creepy crawlers. Jason the Wheeled Warriors, that doesn't ring a bell at all for me. Let me see. Jace and the Wheeled Warriors. Never saw this before. No. No, I never had that. Super Mario Brothers duct tape? What? Okay, I thought it was like vintage, just kind of new. Even though it does look kind of old. You have Mickey Mouse duct tape. I wish I had Sonic duct tape. Steelbook. There's a steelbook for Sacred 2? Oh, for Sacred 3. I didn't even bother with Sacred 3. Wasn't really the same kind of game. It's under $10 a game. Not bad. For like the usual suspects. I'll link this seller. Could be a good deal for someone starting an NES collection. Stinkor figure that still stinks. Well, I'll tell you, this thing that I unboxed last eBay stream, I still smell it in here. It's actually a nice air freshener. So this thing smells like one of these. What does it say on the package? Product has real smell. The picture. Maybe one day I'll finish playing the Telltale Walking Dead games. I was like so into the first season and then I never went back to it. Never returned. First season was amazing though. Rubik's step action. Now, like, what are you actually doing in this game? What do you do? Customize your workout. So you create your own workout and then you follow the videos, I guess. Can't imagine many people bought this back in the day. Because you'd have to own a 3DO first of all. No one's gonna buy this and then buy a 3DO for that. Oops. Oh, thanks, Embalmed. Appreciate it very much. Thinking of buying a 360 to play the games you missed out on. What are some good games and exclusives that you should get? There's so much cool stuff on 360. How about we just do a 360 search for you and pick out some recommendations for you? What kind of games are you looking for, first of all? Shrink this chat. Honestly, like, do you have a Series X? Here's the dilemma, though. Series X is backwards compatible, and, like, when a game is backwards compatible with the Series X, it's amazing. It's, like, the best way to play it. But then you have the games that are not backwards compatible, so then you still need the 360. So it kind of sucks. I really wish they were all backwards compatible. I wish we had the best of both worlds. I remember playing Import Tuner Challenge, and I hated how slippery everything was in that, but I wasn't used to playing those type of racing games. Orange Box. Orange Box is a cool time capsule for Team Fortress 2. If you want to play like the OG version of it. Wait, nah, there's no way. No, Ninja Blade is not 140. Right? That's probably just a up there kind of copy. Well, Blue Dragon's a pretty obvious one. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with that already, probably. But Blue Dragon is definitely a must-play if you like RPGs. I'm very close to probably doing another playthrough of Blue Dragon at some point on Series X. So I would say for you, just get the 360, because then you'll be able to play everything, because not everything is backwards compatible. But eventually, get yourself a Series X or Series S or something to do the backwards compatible stuff. This would be a good... Obviously, don't get a sealed copy. You can get it much cheaper, but the 2008, I believe it was, Prince of Persia, that is a great action game. Really great. Amazing cel-shaded graphics. It's a good price on this Wolverine game. Man, I'm telling you, though, when that new Wolverine gets ready to come out, I feel like this is going to go up for sure. It's going to be a temporary increase. I don't see the price on this increasing, like, permanently. But I'd say if you were, like, looking to hype yourself up if you plan on getting the new Wolverine, getting a copy of this one sooner rather than later is probably a good idea. It's a pretty good price on this, actually. I'll link this seller. This seems like it's one of the cheaper ones out there. Is this complete? It is complete. Split Second, amazing. I wish I played that darn game back when it came out. That has to be one of the most visually impressive games of that generation. Seriously. Get yourself Split Second. Not an exclusive, but like, you know, you should still get it if you don't have it. I mean, that game will blow your mind. What it was pulling off at the time. Puts modern games to shame, like modern racing games. Cameo. Cameo is an exclusive. It's one of those backwards compatible Series X games, but if you're looking to relive the good old times of like classic style Rare before they got taken over by Connect garbage and Sea of Thieves, it's still worth playing. Still a great game. King Kong, great one. This is the best version. You got the Wolverine. Yeah, that was a good price. Glad you got it, Matt. I think King Kong is a must-play, and the 360 version is like the best way to play the game, especially if you have a Series X. But I mean, hey, it'll still be fine on a 360. I think this game has aged so nicely. It's just such a good narrative-driven linear action game with some amazing set pieces. The T-Rex stuff in that game is still phenomenal. This was the first time I saw the 360 in person at a demo that was set up in a Kmart or something, and I remember it was running on a little HD TV, and it was running during the raining thunderstorm with the T-Rex, and I was like, how can games get any better looking than this? I mean, it looked crazy. Any PS2 recommendations? We can search for some PS2 after this. I mean, there's always PS2 recommendations. Just really depends what kind of games you're looking for. Condemned. Condemned is another exclusive. Definitely, if you can handle scary horror games, Condemned is fantastic. Such a good game. I wish I had the courage to play it back in the day, but I remember I played the demo and I was like, no, that's good enough for me, thanks. I'll go back to playing Cameo. Game is creepy. A lot of people recommend Alan Wake, but obviously there's like other ways to play it now. I'd recommend Dead or Alive 4. That's another fun exclusive. I really liked Dead or Alive 4 back in the day. That was still looks amazing. Graphics are incredible. The environments and like the destruction and like how you go through the environments was great. The physics, you know. Great physics. Definitely a top of the top fighting game on 360. Still a visual showcase in my opinion for that console. Oh, this is another good one. I would say you have to have some familiarity with Naruto, but Rise of a Ninja, fantastic game. Still looks incredible. Looks beautiful. One of the best looking anime games they ever released in my opinion. Really fun open world with some like very light basic combat. Yeah, if you like Naruto, that's a must play. Rise of the Ninja. This is not the right box for it, like it's the Japanese version, but I do recommend you check out Sacred 2. They recently re-released it with an HD version, but apparently they really botched the release in many ways. So you're better off just playing the original 360 version. If you like Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance or any kind of dungeon crawler, like a Diablo kind of like loot hoarding game, like it is a must play. A lot of people get it confused with Sacred Divinity, Original Sin. But this is completely different. This is something else. Other than that, too, I'd say look into the Earth Defense Force games that were on 360. Look into Wartech Senko no Ronde, especially now that that game is dirt cheap again. Look into, yeah, Wartech. Don't worry about the subtitles. Search Wartech. It's a fighting game, but it's like a shoot 'em up fighting game essentially. It's an interesting combination. Also look into whatchamacallit. Oh my god, the name. The other Divinity game, what the heck is the subtitle on it? This game. Divinity 2. Could never... They have the Dragon Knight Saga version, and then they have the Ego Draconis. I haven't played this one to really be able to tell you which one to go with, but this is apparently like quality of life improvements, all kinds of... It's pretty much like version 1.5 of the game. Frame rate's really bad in Ego Draconis, but if you like Eurojank games, like European developed third-person RPGs, I actually do recommend these games. So I hear WWE. I don't follow anything with wrestling, but that's cool to hear for the wrestling fans. I remember the game Two Towers being hyped. Well, it was definitely hyped to play a Lord of the Rings game, because I think that came out before the movie, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that came out like slightly before the movie. Was it that or Return of the King? I remember one of them came out slightly before, and they were actually cutscenes like from the movie, so you can get like slightly spoiled a little bit. Have anyone played Tale of the Sun PS1? Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool, interesting game. Believe it or not, that used to be considered one of the rarest PS1 games back in the day, like we're talking early 2000s. Obviously not the case anymore. It is a rare game, but it's not like one of the rarest of the rare. But there was a point where if you'd search eBay for that game, there would be like almost no copies for sale. Deadly Premonition. I just played it this October. Amazing game. Absolutely loved it. And I would say play the 360 version. I think that is the way to play it, personally. Based on what I've seen, with the re-release that they did of it, especially the PS3 version and such, play it on 360 because, well, it's... Well, on the Series X, it was really good. But like, it's just got a certain filter, visual filter to it that the other versions just can't replicate. It was so good. A series that you can get invested with Game Pass, that I may not be able to help you with. There's not too many series of 360 games that are on Game Pass specifically. VIP. VIP is one of the worst PS1 games I've ever played. Might actually be the worst PS1 game I've ever played. The game was terrible. So hopefully that helps with your 360 adventures a little bit. Two Worlds 2. Oh, I loved... Two Worlds 2 I need to play again at some point. I am a defender of Two Worlds. I will defend that game to its grave. I mean, it's already been in its grave since it released, but if you can just look past the terrible frame rate, that game is so much fun. The world is really well designed. The environments look amazing. The combat is jank but fun as hell. I love Two Worlds. I actually love that game. It's just the frame rate on 360. I wish it would have got ported. The frame rate on 360 always killed it. If you can look past that game being like 10 to 20 frames a second, it's definitely worth playing. Of course, there's the PC version, but not everybody's going to play that on PC. There's a lot of hoops you got to jump through to get that running. Two Worlds 2, I remember being pretty disappointed in for whatever reason. Alright, so what PS2 games are you looking for? Like, what types of PS2 games? Yeah, I think I have some of my playthrough of Two Worlds up on my second channel, like a VOD of it, if you wanted to watch it and see what I think about it. I pretty much gave it the credit it deserves for a few hours. Just search Two Worlds in my name, 360, you'll find the video. Action RPGs and survival horror. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard good things about this Death by Degrees game. You might want to check that one out. $50 for eco. Well, at least I know they're holding a treasure. Well, you could always start with the Shadowheart series if you haven't played those. They get progressively weirder. The first one's a good... Wait, honestly, have you not played Shadowhearts? If you like RPGs and horror games. Because Shadowhearts is a horror RPG. Yeah, that's a must-play if you haven't played... Not this one. The first Shadowhearts. I think you'll really like that. Well, looks like Half-Life on PS2 has finally gone up to where I thought it would one day. That game has progressively been getting more and more expensive over the last few months. It was always a $50 to $60 game for years. But lately all that hype around Half-Life 3 kind of brought it up in price. You know, the hype that we of course got let down by once again. PS3 or PS2. Just play the PS3 version. PS3 version is just so much nicer. It's smoother to play. The graphics look amazing. The widescreen is very welcome in that game. It's just slightly less frustrating to play the PS3 version as well because they improved the AI a little bit, and then the shadows are take a few, not as many hits, which is one of the biggest complaints that people have with Eco. The PS3 version solves a lot of the complaints because the two biggest complaints in that game are typically people hate the camera, but the PS3 version alleviates that slightly by giving you the widescreen so you can like see more of the screen. And then the combat, which in the PS3 version you kill shadows faster than in the PS2 version. PS2 version take more hits. Also the PS2 version, the spider shadows attack you, which is super annoying. They don't do it in the PS3 version. Play the PS2 version after you play the PS3 version to see the differences. But I always recommend PS3 first. There's also more content in the PS3 version. The PS2 version, the North American PS2 version is slightly incomplete. It's an early version of the game that wasn't fully done. Thoughts on Mr. Mosquito? Mr. Mosquito is a cool game. Yeah, I don't love it like some people do, but I definitely enjoy that game. Very unique premise. Still got to get around to playing the sequel one day. A month or so ago, I warned you that Half-Life would probably go up on PS2. Yep. No, yeah, it definitely, like, that was only a matter of time. People forget that that is the only way to play a console version of Half-Life 1. It's a pretty unique release. Survival horror in terms of like finding one that's still not too expensive. Clock Tower 3 is reasonable compared to the others. It's a very goofy game and I do recommend it. It's weird. It's very weird, but in a good way. It's not much like the other Clock Towers, but it's worth playing. Right now, we're just browsing. I'm looking through PS2 games and giving recommendations. Way of the Samurai. I never really got into that series too much. The last time I tried playing it, I gave up on it. I couldn't get into it. I just got hit by a train and died, and then never went back to the game. Yeah, Padrino might still have... I think Padrino made a clip of me getting killed by the train, and that was the last time I ever touched that game. For PS2, you always recommend Steamboat. Steamboat Chronicles is a great recommendation. There were some annoyances with that game, especially the no music stuff, but man, what a unique experience that was. Very unique RPG. This is an interesting 3D platformer, by the way. For those of you that think you've played all the PS2 3D platformers. I've never watched Lilo and Stitch, but this was still a pretty cool little platformer. The closest thing I can compare this to, it's like Gex. Like the later 3D Gex games, because you can climb on the walls in this game. So there's some pretty crazy level traversal. Dragon Quest VIII is a must on the PS2 if you like RPGs. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a top 3 must play if you're looking for essentials. This is another... Though I do not recommend that you play the PS2 version. I actually highly recommend you play the PS4 port, because they fixed the controls. The controls in the PS2 version are very archaic. It's got old school controls where you gotta look around using the shoulder buttons. Doable, but I would just go with the dual screen port on PS4. I mean dual screen, the dual stick port. Well, Jackie Chan Adventures, if you can play PAL PS2 games, we never got that in the US. But it is a good game, the cel shading is really good on it. This one here, if you're looking for crazy, and I mean crazy, this is by far the most M-rated game on the PS2. Nothing comes close. I was not ready for this one. Yeah, Leisure Suit Larry on PS2. Wow. Yeah. Get some friends over for this one, or play it by yourself, you know, whatever floats your boat. Did they show... Let's just say that there's some cutscenes in this game that you are not ready for. You are not ready. This game is crazy. I was shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me, but I was shocked at that game. I already streamed it. I already beat the whole thing. Yeah, I beat everything. Zone of the Enders is an essential game if you're looking for an action game. Like if you still haven't played Zone of the Enders. Classic. Nice like one sit down playthrough. The Bouncer, like for real, the Bouncer. If you're looking for, you said action games to beat 'em up, Bouncer is essential PS2. I streamed one of the Outlaw Golf games. Yeah, that one was also pretty wild. I love the simplicity of Zone of the Enders 1 though. Like it was just so simple. And the length was perfect. I really enjoyed that game. No, we're just looking through general PS2 stuff right now. Hello, Robert. Top 20 essential list. Well, my goal this year after I play some more PS2 stuff. I mean, honestly, like I do this PS2 roulette wheel thing, but something that I want to do this year is I want to update my top 20. I mean, at this point, I'd probably make a top 25, but I want to make a new updated list of my favorite PS2 games. But in order to do that, there are certain PS2 games that I have to play. Like there are certain ones that I don't want to wait for a roulette wheel to land on it to play it, kind of thing. Like I need to play these games in order to consider them for my top games list, because I feel like they would be potential candidates. So this year, I think I may just do like a play the remaining like handful of PS2 games that I feel like have the potential to be one of my favorites of all time, just so that I can finalize this list this year. Alright, so like one of them, for example, would be Xenosaga 3. But in order to get to Xenosaga 3, I have to beat Xenosaga 1 and 2. I've never played 2. I never went all the way to the end of 1, so I'd literally have to play through Xenosaga 1 and 2. The chances of a roulette wheel landing on 1 and then 2 and then 3, it's like, it's never going to happen. Right? So in order to play 3, I'd have to play them all sequentially. And then I want to play the .hack games, at least a few of them, like at least consider .hack 1. I haven't played .hack, so I'd probably do that one. You can't skip the first two. No, there's no way. There's no way I'm skipping Xenosaga 1 and 2 and just going straight to 3. This game, the story, all the characters are connected. You can't just do that. That's one of the games you picked up, Xenosaga 1. Yeah, I mean, get some popcorn. That's for sure. The last time I tried streaming Xenosaga, I had a timer going, and I ran the timer anytime a cutscene came up. It's a lot of cutscenes. Just be ready for it. It's a lot. Hey, thanks, Wafer Boy. Thank you very much for the 109 months. So I finished Xeno 1. I streamed it, I didn't finish it though. The reason I didn't finish it, I don't know if you remember, I was doing a impromptu speedrun of it. So in other words, I was playing through the game and like making a speedrun route on the fly by like avoiding enemies and just trying to come up with strats to beat bosses without being leveled up. And I eventually got hard locked on a boss that I couldn't beat, and I couldn't go back to grind. So I couldn't continue the game. So yeah, won't be doing that again. Definitely going to play the game normally. Right? Like, I feel like I would have to... Not that it would make my top 25, but like, man, Kingdom Hearts 2, everybody's like, you got to play Kingdom Hearts 2. So I feel like Kingdom Hearts 2... That could be one of the games that I feel like I'd have to play before making a new list. Kind of thing. But here's an interesting question. If a game originated on the PS2, but there are new ports, like say I play Kingdom Hearts 2 on the PlayStation 4 or 5, like the port of those on there, would you still consider that in a PS2 top games list? You know what I'm saying? Say, you know, if I didn't play the PS2 version specifically, but I played a port of the PS2 version. I think it counts, right? Because it's like, okay, I prefer Eco on PS3, but does that mean that I don't include Eco on PS2 in my list? Same thing with Shadow of the Colossus. How would that make sense, right? Unfortunately, I don't have an archive of Leisure Suit Larry. Yeah. So that one is lost to time. I recommend Orphan. Yeah, if you're looking for a cheap RPG that kind of like has some action elements, this game is very underrated. You don't have to know the source material. I don't know the source material. It's a very unique RPG. Very, very slept on. I was gonna say, that's a really good price for Bloody Roar 3, but it doesn't have the game. One of my favorite button-mashing PS2 games. Man, I love Bloody Roar 3. So fun. I played Bloody Roar 4 recently, and I had a blast with that. Bloody Roar 4, that series really holds up. What am I looking for? We're just looking through PS2 stuff. Someone asked for PS2 recommendations, so I'm literally just scrolling through PS2 and giving recommendations. Dual Hearts is interesting. I don't love this game, but some people really do. It's a very strange game. Very colorful. It fits the bill of an action RPG. But man, it's weird. It's a very odd game. And I hope you like pushing blocks, because there's a lot of that in this game. It's hard for me to recommend at the price it goes for now, though. Honestly, though, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, I'm telling you, Third Age is no joke. I think this game, I'm even guilty of it. I played this game when it came out, and I was like so disappointed by it. I was like, man, this is not what I was expecting from a turn-based Lord of the Rings game. But I went back to this a couple years ago. Wow. It's like, the cinematography in the battles in this game, like, it is so epic. They use the music from the films, which is never a bad thing. But the battles and the boss battles were just so well done. The camera angles are so cinematic. It's grindy. It's essentially Final Fantasy X with Lord of the Rings characters. But man, was that game not as bad as we thought back in the day. Unlimited Saga. Unlimited Saga is hard to recommend because it requires you to do outside research to figure out how to play the game. The manual in the game itself will not explain how to actually play it. You have to do some research before you play that game. Biggest letdown for you on PS2 had to be Dirge of Cerberus. So yeah, I didn't play Dirge of Cerberus when it came out. I played it a couple years ago, and I really liked it. But I think this is the thing. When Dirge of Cerberus came out, I don't think I blame anybody for being let down by it, because we had certain expectations for Final Fantasy games at the time, especially something carrying the Final Fantasy VII name. So back then, I completely understand why people didn't like it. It was very different. Not what we wanted it to be. But man, you play a game like that today, Age is like fine wine. Like, it is so fun. It's exactly the kind of action game that I'm looking for these days. Simple, over-the-top action combat with a fun targeting system, simple level designs, like just arcadey, straightforward action game. I think it's aged nicely. Because we take it for granted, back when 7 Dirge of Cerberus came out, people were probably disappointed by the simplicity or what it ended up being, because at the time we had a lot of action games like that. But now, we don't really get games like Dirge of Cerberus, so it's easier to play it now and be like, wow, I miss these kind of games. Because you don't get straightforward arcadey, like Gungrave style games anymore. Very rarely. Have I played Gungrave? I love Gungrave, yes. I did some speedruns of Gungrave, actually, the first one. Yeah, definitely one of my new, like, I wouldn't say top of the top PS2 games, but it's up on the list. And to me, the frame rate slowdown in Gungrave makes it more fun and more epic feeling. Like, I love when I'm doing those screen clearing combos in that game and the frame rate drops to like 5 frames a second. I don't know, I think it looks kind of cool. So I actually still haven't played Overdose. I got in the Gungrave for the first time like 5 or 6 years ago. I haven't gotten around the Overdose shit. Emerald Fantasia. Well, you're talking to one of the only people on planet Earth that defends that game. Now, I'm a little biased because I did do speedruns, and I have a very heartfelt story for Ephemeral Fantasia and how I got into speedrunning that game. So, I always love telling this story. But I wanted to speedrun Ephemeral Fantasia. I mean, it is what it is, right? And there was only one resource for that game. There were no guides. It was just a single video of someone from Japan that did a speedrun of the game. So I watched his video and I studied it. I took notes. I made my own notes by watching him play it in Japanese and taking full notes for the game to learn how to speedrun the game. And I think, I could be wrong. Right, I think I emailed him and I asked him a question about like something in the route. Or no, how did it work? No, I think I just started streaming it. And I think he followed the game on Twitch, and he popped into my stream. And for as long as I was speedrunning that game, which was a few weeks, he'd be there every stream from Japan, mind you. So the time zones were like crazy. And he'd be there for 8 hours a day, helping me learn the speedrun, but he didn't know English. So he would sit there, type in Japanese, translate it, and then post that in my chat. And then for me to talk back to him, I got my ass on Google Translate, and I would like write out what I wanted to say in English, and then I would like either paste it in chat in Japanese or just speak it in Japanese. Because back then I was still able to do that kind of stuff by just reading it. For the most part, like basic stuff. And man, that guy was dedicated. He was there every stream, 8+ hours every time I freaking did the game, like my practice sessions, sitting there translating messages back and forth just to help me learn how to speedrun Ephemeral Fantasia. And it was so bittersweet because I remember I emailed him after the fact and I like thanked him for helping me and everything. And I asked him about a route change with a character. Like, I said, what about introducing this character into the route? And he was like, wow, I never thought about that. That might actually kind of work. Ultimately, it didn't really work. The character inclusion, like, it was a little slower. But then I remember him saying, like, I'm not going to be able to be online anymore, and I won't be able to do more speedruns of the game. And like that was the last I ever saw of him, because he had no job at the time. And I guess he got another job, and he was like, that's it for me. Good luck in speedrunning Ephemeral Fantasia, and that was the last time I saw him. Sonoba Shinogi. I'll never forget his name. So I have sentimental memories of Ephemeral Fantasia. Yeah. And you can watch me beat that game in one sitting. It's on YouTube. Search the game name and my name, you'll find it. Honestly, I think if you just search Ephemeral Fantasia on YouTube, my video is one of the first that pops up. I'm pretty sure. 8-hour plus video. Oh, this is a good game, by the way. You don't even have to like Ghost in the Shell. This is just a pretty solid action game. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. I was pretty impressed by this. Really fun parkour platforming in this game. Really cool. I mean, there's some other reasons I can recommend this game, but the platforming's pretty good. Hey, thanks, Chopper. Hello, Inspector. I don't know about the best way for Code Veronica. There's strong rumors that they're releasing a remake of that game, so maybe that version. Have I ever played Lifeline? Yep. And thankfully my stream of that is archived, so if you want to watch one of my favorite games I've ever streamed, Lifeline. Yeah, my full playthrough of that is on YouTube. Yep, that was an experience unlike any other. One of the most frustrating but fun games I've ever played. I will never forget Lifeline. Of course, Devil May Cry for an action recommendation, but I'm sure you've probably played that by now. If not, the PS2 version is still fine. I think the PS2 version is the way to go, honestly. You get the proper aspect ratio. Still looks great. Backgrounds on the PS2. We never got this here in the US. Underworld: The Eternal War. I do have it. Haven't played it yet. It's probably garbage. Probably really bad. My Lifeline playthrough is like 20 hours. It's several parts. I did it blind, like I didn't follow a guide, so it was an experience. I do recommend you watch it. It's very entertaining. Like I said, it's one of my favorite games I ever streamed. You will be entertained by it, to say the least. Here's another one that I think unfairly crapped on over the years. Legend of Alondar. I will defend this game. Now, granted, I have not beat it. I've made it very far into this game. But this game gets so unfairly treated. So the good qualities about it, it has a very large living world. Like, this game is huge. Big world. Lots of voice acting. Great voice acting, actually. So you get party members, like, you get a lot of backstory, you get a lot of lore. You know, you really get to know your party members. And the combat is like this weird action turn-based combat. It's very slow. If you've played MMOs, like older school MMOs, you'll probably be fine, but it's a little slow. That's one of the bad qualities about it. But it's just a cool alien world to explore. Cool levels. There's a lot of backtracking, unfortunately, so you do kind of like tread old ground a lot. But it's fun. I would, if you like games like Summoner, if you can handle playing games like Summoner, you'll probably like Legend of Alondar. The combat gets a lot better after you've played the game for like 6 or 7 hours when you unlock the ability to transform. That really speeds up combat. Most people give up in the first couple hours. So most people don't really get to the point where it gets fun. 217 games for $200. I'm sure it's a wonderful lot of 20 copies of Deus Ex. Is it co-op? Legend of Alondar? No. Orbitals? I don't remember what Orbitals looks like. still haven't played Urban Reign. I've heard good things with that, though. Smuggler's Run. That is a classic. I'm a big fan of the first Smuggler's Run. I love the simplicity of that game. I think the graphics are still amazing, too. I also highly recommend Tulip, but obviously the price on that, if you're looking for a physical copy, is kind of crazy now. Another one of the strangest PS2 games out there. The first digital Devil Saga game might be worth checking out for you as well, because it plays like a very traditional RPG, unlike a lot of the other Shin Megami Tensei games. Very Final Fantasy X-esque. This is another cool one if you're looking for action and like slate RPG, but it's more of an action game. Super slept on game, Draken the Ancient Gates. Very ambitious. It's essentially a semi-open world game where you fly around on a dragon with dungeons and everything. Crazy ambitious for the PS2. And it advertises Eco on the back, right? So now that means the game just went up an extra notch on my recommendations. Hello, Unpredictable. This is an interesting action game. Pirates Legend of Black Cat. I played that a couple years ago. Last year, maybe? Little janky pirate game. Pretty ambitious, but it tries to meld together like ship battles with on-foot battles and a semi-little open world, so it's kind of cute. Oh, thank you, Risuro. Thank you for the read. Appreciate that very much. I love your raids because that emote, I remember it from last time. Have you played Nightmare of Druaga? Yes, that's another RPG I definitely recommend. If you like roguelikes, but like traditional style roguelikes, the mystery dungeon style, you'll definitely like that game a lot. Nightshade, this is the Japanese version. That's another action game I would recommend. If you like action games that are sort of like Shinobi or Bayonetta, that kind of stuff, Nightshade is pretty good. It's got a very cinematic opening level. You'll be pretty surprised by it. I haven't played many Tales games. The only one I ever put any meaningful amount of time into was Vesperia. Any other ones I tried, I struggled to get into. From like the PS3 era. I still haven't played the original 2 Tales of games. I played Tales of Fantasia on Game Boy Advance, and that was a lag fest. I have streamed Magic Pengel, which I highly recommend if you're into like monster Pokemon style RPGs, like Monster Rancher kind of stuff. Very different. Graffiti I haven't played yet. I'm not sure if I've ever thought about what my favorite 3DS game would be, to be honest with you. I've never taken the time to think of what that would be. I mean, for me, it was always pretty hard to deny how into Mario Kart 7 I got. I was very into that game, so that would probably be up there. Yes, Robo Alchemic Drive has gotten very pricey. I was always shocked that that game was as cheap as it was, considering what kind of game it was. It always just felt like it should have been more expensive compared to what other games were expensive on PS2. So it was only a matter of time, that's for sure. Because it's a very unique game. Beyond Good and Evil would be a good one as well. There's an HD version, but PS2 version's still fun. Did you guys hear the crazy news, by the way? That Beyond Good and Evil survived the Ubisoft cancellations? Like, what? Hello? And I was just talking about that recently. Someone asked me, they're like, do you think Beyond Good and Evil 2 is ever coming out? And I'm like, nah, there's no chance. But apparently, it didn't get canceled in the recent Ubisoft cancellations. Like, they just canceled a ton of games and projects. So, I think this is about to be a next generation. Like, it's not coming out this generation, but if this is coming out, this is about to be like a PS6 game. They have significant amounts of money invested into it, apparently. And they're chugging along. That's pretty wild. Prince of Persia: Sands of Time remake got canceled, but apparently the inside sources that were working closely around that game said it was canceled because it was just nearly unplayable, apparently. They outsourced it to Ubisoft India, and apparently they really botched the game and they tried saving it at the last second, but they decided to cancel it. So, it might be a good thing that the only surviving version now is just going to be the original. Yeah. Apparently it was like a very small group of people working on that game, and they messed it up big time, and they tried to save it, but they couldn't. That's what I was reading. And based on like the screenshots and stuff that we've seen for it, I think we're better off just having the original Sands of Time. I don't think that game was needing a remake. The original still looks fantastic. When I streamed that game a couple years ago, I wish I gave it more of a shot when it came out, because man, I was gushing about that game the whole time I freaking played it. Just incredible animations and graphics. So this is a cute little action RPG you can try. You don't have to know anything about Neopets. It's actually just a pretty good Zelda-like. Believe it or not. You'll be impressed by the animation in this game. And this goes for everybody. You don't have to know anything about Neopets. But I guarantee you'll be like, wow, this is way better than I was expecting this to be. If you like Zelda-type games. I don't remember that, Spilia, no. Yeah, there were some leaked images. It looked pretty bad. I think we should be thankful that game didn't come out, because I don't think it would have... It seemed like there was no reason for that remake to come out when the original exists. Did I buy anything? No, I do these streams to find deals for other people. Dynasty Warriors 2. I have a soft spot for the first 2 Dynasty Warriors games on PS2. Those were fun back in the day. I mean, they still are. But the funny thing is, it's like you could just play one of the newer Dynasty Warriors games and essentially get your fill. They're all so similar. Yeah, Dynasty Warriors on PS1 is a fighting game. I don't think I ever played that. Dynasty Warriors to me is what Koei eventually did with it. That's what I think of when I think of Dynasty Warriors. Fantavision is a classic, by the way. It's like the ultimate chill-out game on PS2. Little known fact, too, I've mentioned this in the past, but some people may be unaware. There is a sequel to Fantavision, and it's not the one that released on the PlayStation VR. Like that new one that came out a couple years ago. It was a Japanese exclusive. So if you're a big Fantavision fan, there's actually 3 games in the Fantavision series. I think it's Futari, no Fantavision. And it has a unique, yeah, here it is. So if you're a big Fantavision fan, here's the sequel that you may not have known about. And it is a different game, it's a sequel. And it has a versus mode, which is really cool. You can play against AI, the AI is pretty... Obviously it's not going to be as good as playing against a real person, but... I can't remember if playing against the AI was unfair or too easy. I'm going to lean on the side of it felt unfair after a bit, but... Anyway, it's got a versus mode. It's kind of like the thing where you push and pull back and forth, if I remember it. Really unique versus style. Yeah, so you see the line here, it goes back and forth, so you gain like more room or less room, depending on how you're doing. That's on Ninja Gaiden. I'm not obsessed with that series. Yeah, I haven't touched anything Ninja Gaiden since I rented a Ninja Gaiden Black. I mean, they're alright. I like them, but I'm not... You know, I'd prefer not to get aneurysms while playing video games, so... I don't play too many of those types of action games anymore. Just realized that was off screen the whole time. The poor kick viewers not getting a representation with the viewer count. Yeah, Fantavision on PS5 is, it's good. But I looked into somebody that was doing quote-unquote speedruns of that game, which is kind of weird. It's kind of hard to speedrun that game. And they brought up some good points as to why the PS5 version, like the new Fantavision, pales in comparison to the original. Apparently, in the new one, fireworks are set off in like a very predictable pattern. So like, they always set, like, it's a very rigid amount of fireworks. that gets set off into the sky. Whereas the original one was more random, like it was just more chaotic, and they took that away in the new one, which I'm like, wow, I didn't even realize that when I played it, but they're right. Plus, the voice is different in the new one. Like there's little things you miss, like the full motion video stuff that made it really quirky and odd in the original. I definitely prefer the original PS2 version. The PS4 port is also really good. I feel like if I were to play Fanavision again, it would just be the original. Oh, this is a game. I've been wanting to play this. Shifters. I feel like I'm gonna love this game. It just looks. I mean, look at that cover. How can you not? You know you're gonna love this game. Look at that. It's gonna be great. It just looks like the kind of thing I'm gonna be super into. Shape shifting into creatures. Oh, Rygar is another one. Still pretty much PS2 exclusive. Don't worry about the Wii one. Never received a port. Never, like, the only way to play it is PS2. If you like God of War, Devil May Cry, kind of like action games with really, really beautiful pre-rendered backgrounds, Rygar would fit that bill. How about this game? Day one when it released, no regrets. Full price was fine. Well, I mean, I haven't played the Wii one, but you know, based on the video and stuff I saw of it, it loses some of the charm of the original. Yeah, it's got some amazing looking backgrounds. It's like the reason to play that game, honestly. The backgrounds. A lot of Hollywood video editions up on sale here. Love to see it. This is a bad game. Yeah, this is one I definitely don't recommend. Unfortunately, it's one of those so bad it's actually bad games. Rogue Ops. Did not like that. Godai is an interesting one. I remember having fun with this just because the movement in here felt like it was broken, but it was actually intentional, where you do this like super long dash to get around in the game. You do this air dash, but it lasts forever. It's one of those so bad it might actually be good for some people games. Scarface game is definitely a very vulgar, mature game, that is for sure. It was fun. Gets a little tiring though. I wouldn't recommend powering through this one. You gotta take your time with it. Very repetitive after a while. But one of the better GTA style games out there. Great soundtrack too. So all of these have disc read issues. But it's got some highlights in there. It's got the Warriors. It's got Subs the Zombie. A couple other like lower end ones. But disc read error, I wouldn't risk that. The discs could be really badly scratched. Shipping also sucks. A remake I like more than the original? I don't know if anything comes to mind for that. I almost feel like the Silent Hill 2 remake had a chance in the opening hours, but they blew it. Potentially Shadow of the Colossus. I feel like Shadow of the Colossus would be one of the only ones for me. Because they just improve everything with the remake of that game. I guess Resident Evil 2 remake is pretty damn good too. So hopefully that gives you some PS2 recommendations. Does it have Hello, My Little Friend? It's definitely got that in the Scarface game, yes. Games and demos. Moto Racer 3. I don't think I tried that yet. Yeah, I have not played any of the Popo LaCroix games. From what I understand, at least like the original on PSP and such, whatever one that one's based on, they're very like 6 out of 10 RPGs. Nothing really wrong with them, they're just super basic. So maybe that's what you're looking for. Yeah, the art looks really nice in them. Wow. That is a really cheap long box game. $10 with $7 shipping. If they ship to a distant state, they're practically going to have to pay out of pocket. No manual, though. See, this person here, they know what's up. $6 shipping, $19. No manual, but still. It's a very fair price. Hello, TK. Yeah, like the long boxes we have in the US. Like the Sega CD versions, yeah. The US definitely, in my opinion, gets the better treatment of long boxes. But even for like the CD cases on PS1, it's really nice to have cases that don't crack like they're freaking made of ice. Those case covers on PAL PS1 games are so fragile, it's crazy. And they're unnecessarily big, so they take up so much room on a shelf. And then don't get me started on those white spines or like the black spines with the white lettering. I think it's so funny though how like people in the US, we definitely prefer our, take PS2 for example. We always prefer our style boxes, and then everybody that has like the PAL style boxes, they're like, nope, we love our white spines with black letter, like super boring black letters, everything looks the same. Hell no. Maybe if you alphabetized everything. I just hate that uniform look. The nice thing about US PS2 games, for example, is that you look at the spine and it's got like unique logos. Some of the artwork bleeds onto there. So when I look through my collection, this is why I don't need to alphabetize anything, because my eye just shoots to the spine, because like I could recognize what to look for with the colors and the design. And Switch collections? Whew. Don't get me started on that red. Can't stand it. It's just such an eyesore. It's like blinding. Is this with the glasses? It's crazy to think that Heart of Darkness is like finally getting the attention it deserves. The game used to be like bargain binned, cheap as hell everywhere. About time this game is deserving of more attention. Yeah, Switch 2 did improve the spines a bit. I'll give him that. Let's say X-Men Legends. Yeah, but they were given recommendations earlier. I believe Legends was one someone recommended. Here's a picture of my Switch collection. Red block. I'm trying to think if there's any PAL games that I prefer the box on or something. Nope. Maybe Dreamcast. I mean, Dreamcast, I'll give them credit. The Dreamcast ones are kind of nice with that blue, right? Well, the PAL Eco is nice, but the problem with that is it's not uniform with the rest of your PS2 games. And that bothers me. Does it look great on my Eco shelf? Absolutely. But it doesn't look great next to my other PS2 games. See, look at here, look at this. That cover, they're always cracked. Look at that. See that giant crack down the cover? Yeah, that's PAL PS1 in a nutshell. Freaking breathe on that thing and it breaks. And then on the back of the box, you have 5 million languages. It's always cluttered. The case is so huge, like it's so thick for no reason. Okay, I'll give him credit for something though. If your copy is missing the manual, some of them come with like insert sheets, so you can still get a cover even if you don't have the manual. So I'll give him credit where credit's due. See, missing manual, but you still got the cover. The Mission, I don't know if I ever heard of this one. I have a decent little collection of PAL PS1 games. All action football adventure. What? Based on the Nike TV ad? Okay, I'm intrigued. We never got this in the US. Alright, it's just like a walking a game based on an advertisement. That's something. US games use the manual as the cover, yes. So if you're missing the manual, you have no cover. Yeah, there's definitely some games that look way better in the Japanese versions and vice versa. Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, the reason they have to put them in those stick cases is because sometimes the manuals are so big they wouldn't be able to fit in the traditional jewel case. Man, you know this game's gonna be miserable. Like, you know, playing a game like this on your PS1, you're gonna be struggling. Man, I got a soft spot for these early CG kind of games, though. Oh, they're hanging around Black Mamba. I have not played Magic Carpet yet. I hear that game is supposed to be very difficult, though. Speaking of difficult games, this is one of the hardest PS1 games I ever played. I'm sure those of you that remember my initial stream of the adventures of Little Ralph will never forget the pain and agony it took to beat this game. That last level, I will never forget it. Unreal difficulty. Bubsy 3D. Yeah, I mean, if you want to hear me defend Bubsy 3D, just gotta check my video out from many years ago. Personally, I still think Bubsy 3D gets very undeserved hate. It gets two types of hate. It gets hate from people that only watched a YouTube video that hates on it, so like they just inherently hate the game because their favorite YouTuber hates the game and they just make fun of it, so it's a meme. And then you have the people that play it and can't get past the first level because they don't have the patience to get used to how it actually controls, and then that's it, they give up. For a game that was essentially trying to help invent the 3D platforming genre, I think it deserves a lot more credit. Once you get good at the platforming, it's actually pretty, like, intuitive how they dealt with it, because, you know, it's very early primitive 3D platforming, but this is in a time where, you know, we were still waiting for that genre to, like, really figure out how to work in a space with platforming, 3D space. So when you jump in Bubsy 3D, the way that it, like, angles down and you can see your shadow, and, like, you can, if you watch my speedruns of Bubsy 3D, you can see how you're meant to play that game. You can chain together, like, it's so fun. You could just chain together enemies back to back to back and, like, do some really precise platforming. Right? Like I did speedruns of Bubsy 3D. So if there's someone out there that understands, and I had the world record for that for a little bit. So if there's someone out there that understands the pain of playing Bubsy 3D, I would understand it. I played that game way longer than most people would give it. And I'm here to tell you, it's not as bad as people want you to believe. You just got to give it time. You got to put in the effort to actually learn how the controls work. And once you get it down, it's really not that bad. It's just a very surreal looking 3D platformer that was really trying to find its footing in a like newly developing genre. It just sucks that Mario 64, they were in development pretty much at the same time, and Mario 64, of course, is going to do it better. I mean, how the hell can you compare Bubsy 3D to Mario 64? You can't. But if Mario 64 wasn't a thing and Bubsy 3D came out, I think it would have been a bit better received, because everybody just looked at it like it was a joke compared to Mario. But that's just like, that's so unfair to compare it to the... It looks pretty ugly. It's definitely primitive looking. The thing is, Bubsy 3D is it's not really using textures. It's using flat colors, but it has a very, very unique look. It has a surrealist look to it. Very different kind of game. But it's not the kind of game where you can pick it up and play it and come to a quick judgment. You really do have to learn the controls. It takes some time. Not easy. But if you give it a chance, it's strangely fun. I'll give you my thoughts on Bubsy 40 when I play it. Pretty much that game to me at the moment is pretty much just like Bubsy by name only. Because that's pretty much how Bubsy games have been ever since Bubsy 3D. I'm sure it's actually going to be a pretty solid game. But we'll see. I hope it's good. I don't care if it's Bubsy or not. I just want it to be a good 3D platformer. We need more good 3D platformers. Well, kick emojis definitely like grab your attention. They're so animated, right? Like, look at these crazy emojis. They definitely are eye-catching. Club Drive, yes. I also stand by the look of Club Drive. Club Drive is, I mean, as primitive as that game looks on the Jaguar, that's another game that was really pushing the Jaguar to its limits with the 3D polygons. Sometimes I just really like an old school game that kind of falls in that area of like that in between where it was too primitive to have textures with the 3D. Right, so like a game like a lot of the 3D games on Jaguar are a great example. Iron Soldier, Club Drive. I love that kind of stuff sometimes. It just looks so cool. It's like almost cell shaded before cell shading was a thing. Ooh, man, we almost went this entire eBay stream without a copy of D showing up. You thought it was gonna happen. So tonight we have been graced by 3 loose Ds. No box. But they got a little bit of protection with these CDR cases. Decent price, actually. What does the AI say about D? This product is a collection of 3 discs for the PlayStation 1 game D, released in 1995 by Acclaim Entertainment. These discs are specifically designed for the NTSC, US Canada region consoles, and fall under the adventure action genre. The game is rated T for teen and features only the discs themselves without any additional accessories included. Fast and free shipping is available for this classic gaming experience. Well, that's interesting that the AI actually recognized the fact that it's the discs only. It's better than I'd give it credit for. Going to the gym, yeah. Actually, because of the snowstorm today, this is the first time that I've had 2 days without going to the gym. I had to take a nap today. Apparently when I don't go to the gym, it just makes me feel sluggish. Is the Bubsy collection a good way to try 3D? I haven't played the Bubsy collection, honestly, because I already, I already got all the Bubsy games. But if it's an accessible way for you to consider playing it, then I'd say, yeah, go for it. I go at a specific time. I just try and go as early as I can, which means like generally in the afternoon. Because as soon as I'm done streaming, I pretty much get ready for bed. So I try and do it like an hour after I eat lunch or so. One of the last remaining PS1 RPGs I need. And it's got that amazing working designs foil cover. I've been trying to get a good deal on this for a long time, but every copy I find has problems with the disc. Vanguard Bandits looks really cool though. I think Mario 64 is the best 3D Mario. I mean, really, I feel like Mario Odyssey or Mario Galaxy 2 would be a good contender. But Mario 64 is just such a nostalgia classic. Like it really is nearly perfect. I can't think of anything wrong with Mario 64. The levels are just... it's perfection. I mean, it really is. And it's not just nostalgia talking. I mean, I just can't think of anything wrong with that game. The 3D World? Oh my god. No, I can't stand that series. I think Odyssey perfects the movement. There's no denying that the level designs in Odyssey are amazing, but not only that, the freaking cap movement, the ability to throw your cap and like dodge to the cap is just so incredible. It's really good. Yeah, I think Mario Odyssey by far has the best movement in any Mario game. The best movement in any 3D platformer, period, potentially. I mean, it's really crazy. It's odd as we still have no idea what the next 3D Mario will be. I think that's what makes it exciting. Well, this is a cool lot. 3 cool games. Ray Tracers, fun. Love Speed Punks. I don't think I got around the Ridge Racer yet, though. Reasonably priced for these 3 games. Pretty much on point, I think, price was. Maybe Nintendo surprises us before Mario Galaxy movie with a new Mario game. Man, wouldn't that be crazy? It'd be a good tie-in. Imagine if they end the Mario movie with the post-credit stinger being an advertisement for Mario Galaxy 3 video game or something. That would be mind-blowing. Just a trailer for the 3rd game. Oh, another interesting lot. Nanotech Warrior, very difficult game. Very hard. Into Overdrive. Decent if you like Tempest style, like tunnel games. You just bought a $20 Legend of Legaia game on eBay yesterday? You mean Dual Saga? Or do you mean the PS1 Legend of Legaia? PS1. Legend of Legaia is a pretty big classic for a lot of people. I have not played Legend of Legaia in like 20 years, so I can barely remember anything about that game. I never got super into that series, but I want to give it another shot. Specifically the PS2 one, I want to try again. I hope you like entering your attacks with the face buttons, though. There's a lot of like weird button combos in that game. They're giving Mario Wonder a Switch 2 edition, which I'm pretty excited about, actually, because I never played Mario Wonder, so that'll be the way I play it. So I think we're getting another traditional Mario Kart next. I think it's going to be a long time before you see another Mario Kart game. And I wouldn't count on it being more traditional. Nintendo is very stubborn. Believe me. They don't want to accept the fact that they know that people didn't like World as much as like Mario Kart 8. But they are stubborn. They're going to keep trying to add more gimmicks and more stuff that nobody ever asked for in the next Mario Kart. Believe me. Console replaced the most over the years? Well, that's probably 360. Or at this point, I guess it's going to be the PS2. Slim PS2s. But I think 360 takes the cake on that. I think I had to replace it like 2 or 3 times. Red Ring. So I read somewhere that all like future Zelda games that they release, even like the remasters and stuff, are going to use the Breath of the Wild engine. So I would get used to the idea of every Zelda from now on being very Breath of the Wild-esque. Do you have any favorite obscure PS1 games I want to recommend? Irritating Stick is probably one of my favorites that nobody's played. Nobody ever talks about irritating stick. I used to recommend Heart of Darkness all the time, but I feel like that one's getting more recognition finally. Cabal screen. Yeah, if you play imports, Cabal screen. I mean, there's tons of crazy imports. Man, I look forward to the day when I mean, I really want to do an import PS1 video, but the trouble with that is I have so many, like, there's no way in hell I can show gameplay from my Japanese PS1 games. The video would never happen, I'll tell you that right now. But if people can stomach the idea of me literally just holding a game up and telling you what it's like, people will get a lot of recommendations from that. I'd have to do so much research again just to figure out the names of a lot of the games I have, because a lot of them are just like the Japanese spine and I can't remember the exact translation. That alone would take forever. Also, this is a really good, so bad it's maybe good game, this Dragonheart game. Really bad game, but like somewhat endearing if you like side-scrolling action platformers. This is actually not a terrible lot. Swagman with Dragonheart. Dragonheart used to be more expensive. It's come down a lot in price. There was a point where this game was like 50, 60 bucks. Why not? You mean gameplay? I just have too many import Japanese PS1 games. I would never finish that video. Plus the amount of time I'd put into the editing, like people would watch the first 10 or 15 minutes anyway, like they do with most videos, and like, man, the amount of editing for that would be insane. It's another good lot. Overblood, Spider, Monkey Hero, and Shipwrecked. I love Overblood. That's a good one for you. One of my highest recommendations for obscure PS1 games. I always joke about this being my favorite PS1 horror game, but I may not actually be joking. I always think about Overblood. I always think about that game. It's also got one of the most haunting songs in a horror game. I haven't gotten around to it yet. Silent Bomber. Usually with me, I mean, I'm just happy to get a game for a good price. Doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to like play it immediately. It may be years before I get around to it. But I'll always think back to like, alright, well, I got it for a good price. I don't have to pay what it's going for now down the line. Well, that's what I would probably do. I mean, I would do a uncut, hours-long video of my Japanese PS1 collection. I mean, I have bins and bins. Like, I don't think people realize how many Japanese PS1 games I have. And it's not one of those collections where I'm just going to be like, oh, here's this game, because every single game in my PS1 Japanese collection is curated and it is there for a reason. So, like, I will have at least something to say about every game. Even if it's one I haven't played before, because I've already done the research to know what kind of game it is, so I can tell you what kind of game it is. So that would be a very long video. There's no filler in my Japanese PS1 collection. None at all. And I have bins and bins of Japanese PS1 games. Because I collected it during the absolute best time, when nobody cared. So let me tell you, if you're building a PS1, if you're looking for PS1 imports, look forward to that video, because it's gonna be... There's definitely no video like it on YouTube, I'll tell you. Like, when I eventually release this video, You better buy multiple notebooks and pens to take notes on what games you want to look into, because there's some almost like most of the good import PS1 games will be featured. Especially playable ones. That's the most important. Playable. Not games that you buy and you're like, I don't know how to play this because it's in Japanese. More than 500? Oh, I wouldn't say it's that much. That's a lot. It's definitely several hundred PS1 Japanese games. My Croatian PS1 collection. I can't say I've started that one. See, it's rough because I just searched PS1, so like, if I search PS1 Japan, I'm still going to come up with redundant listings here that we looked through already. Is that what Puyo games sell for? Puyo games are generally pretty cheap. So if you see an expensive one, it's probably just someone from Japan throwing a dart at a board and coming up with a price. Or it's sealed. Or it's one of the like dungeon crawling ones that might be a bit more. The Monogatari games. Oh, all of my showings for Lord of the Rings were sold out. Yeah, I went for Fellowship and Two Towers so far. They are sold out. I had to order my tickets a month in advance, and they were practically sold out back then. Well, boxes were very inconvenient for N64 carts because the carts were very... These things were resilient. Like, these things can survive a war being thrown around by, like, young siblings. So in a lot of households, what's the point of the box? These things were sturdy as hell. The worst part was just the fact that there was no name on the spine. I still wish that more N64 games went the Famicom route with color cartridges. How cool would it be to just have like a rainbow of N64 carts? Right, like Pokemon Stadium should have been yellow or red. Blast Core should have been yellow. Mario Golf, I don't know, green. Banjo-Kazooie, like that navy blue. Killer Instinct, what, gold or red maybe? 007, probably like the orange for the logo. Or black, black would look cool. Mario 64, probably red for Mario. Paper Mario, a bone white would have been cool, or white, just like white for paper. Castlevania, like a blood red would have been awesome. F-Zero in black would look cool. Yeah, missed opportunity. Hey, thanks, Otter Lover. Thanks very much for the 13 months. They're like 007 movies. I will admit I've barely seen any 007 movies. I'm not like super into that genre. Spy thrillers. Conker should have had an orange. Orange would be cool for Conker. Man, I never played Bugs Life, well, I take that back. I played a Bugs Life on PS1, but my disc was so scratched I couldn't finish. But believe it or not, I actually really liked what I played on PS1. It had like this apple throwing mechanic that I really liked. If I remember right, you throw fruits or something. Balls, something along those lines. It was actually pretty good. I'll probably just check out the N64 version. It's pretty cheap. Ooh, copy of Rocket Robot. Still gotta play that game. I'm interested in Mace. This was one of the only sports games I ever really got into. I was into this game. I had this on N64 back in the day. Major League Baseball Ken Griffey Jr. It was good. Played this quite a bit. It just felt right with the N64 joystick. Man, I really look forward to playing Paper Mario again. I haven't played that in so long. I can't wait. That's gonna be fun. I loved Paper Mario back in the day. I think that game's really gonna hold up for me. Just so simple, so simplistic. Looks amazing. Music's great. So straightforward. I mean, hell, maybe I get back into speedruns at Paper Mario. That would be an interesting speedrun game. It's got a lot of glitches. Pretty technical game. So analog consoles, I mean, they're fine for speedrunning. Unless the speedrunning community is really, really picky, because they apparently run it like... They run like an extra frame or two faster, if I remember it, than like a non-FPGA console. Because I remember I did speedruns of Sonic Drift for Game Gear, and I did it on my my Analog Pocket. I think at the time, I don't remember. Yeah, it had to be Analog Pocket. And they wouldn't accept the speedrun as like a hardware speedrun. They marked it as emulation when it's not really emulation. But because it ran at like a frame or two faster than it would have normally, they couldn't accept it as like a non-emulated speedrun. Essentially, it was weird. So it depends on the speedrun community. Most of them are really not going to care because the time you would save is just so minimal. Over the course of a game that's like 5 hours long, it would probably save you like a second or two, if that. I mean, maybe not even. So. Back on the speedrunning. Well, you never know. You never know. I've been thinking. I'm just, spitballing here, but it would be really interesting to get back into like an RPG speedrun that's really long. But I do segmented practice, meaning I don't do the whole damn speedrun in one sitting. Like I work up to it, where I do like 4 or 5 hours at a time, and then continue to get better at that, and then eventually I can do like all right, let's sit down and beat this 10+ hour RPG in one sitting. I haven't played Xenogears in a very long time. I like Xenogears, but I'm definitely not speedrunning Xenogears, that's for sure. If I'm gonna speedrun a long RPG, it would be Final Fantasy X, Dragon Quest VIII, Dark Cloud, stuff like that. Dragon Quest VIII would have to be segmented for sure to start. It'd have to be broken up into multiple streams. But after I get like decent at Dragon Quest VIII, I'd be able to beat it in 13 to 14 hours. And then it's just a matter of time of getting good enough to be able to beat it in under 12 hours. That would be the goal time. Or like Final Fantasy IX, that's one I'd be interested in too. I just hate the weight trick stuff in that. The ATB tricking. I saw this earlier today. It looks like a great price, right? Like, oh wow, a nice big complete in box copy of Pokemon Stadium with the transfer pack, and then boom. Hell no. Scotch tape, torn box. So close. Everything else is nice though. Oh, and then you get little Billy's name on there. Isubasa. Or is that Subasa? Looks like Subasa. Do I speedrun modern games? I've done a lot of speedruns of modern games, but I find that people enjoy watching the retro speedruns a bit more. Because they're more nostalgic and attached to those than newer games. You have to be able to stomach watching me play a game over and over, right? So most people prefer that for games they're very familiar with already. Blitzball. It is my least favorite part of that game by far still. I still hate it. I'd do more speedruns of Final Fantasy X if it wasn't for the stupid... I hate Blitzball. And in the speedrun, you have to, like, do things very specifically, and it sucks. It's so bad. There's two different routes for winning Blitzball and losing Blitzball. Winning Blitzball, you get an extra Strength Spear, which actually changes the entire route of the game, believe it or not. That's how tightly routed the speedruns of Final Fantasy X are. A single Strength Spear changes the course of the entire game. It's actually fascinating the things you have to do if you don't get the Strength Spear. What you have to do to make up for that. So how's South Park Rally? Is it bad enough to play? How bad we talking here? Candy Peñayo? I definitely just butchered whatever that is. They drew the little, like, you know, Spanish pronunciation on that, so I definitely just butchered it. Penajo? Candy Penajo? I mean, I'm sure the ATB stuff is easy. I just don't like it. I just hate the fact that that's a thing. I just don't like the weight trick. It just seems like such a pain to have to manage. This looks sun faded to me. Yeah, it's definitely sun faded. Alright, so before we get ready to wind down here, just a reminder for streams this week. Tomorrow that High Guard game comes out. I might actually try it. Just something fascinating about a game today that comes out with, like, literally, like, you don't know anything about it. It's just, it's releasing today practically, and it's like, alright, we don't know anything about it. So I might try it. I might, like, pop into a stream and just be like, just check and see if it looks like it's going to be worth my time. If not, then, you know, I'll figure something else out. But and then we also want to get back to Dark Cloud. I do want to do another stream in Ni no Kuni. Like I said, about once a week I want to play that. So within the next few days, I'll be doing Ni no Kuni again. Wednesday, I'm going to see Return of the King, and the showtime I had to get, like, it's going to conflict with streaming. Plus, that movie is like nearly 5 freaking hours, so it doesn't matter what time of day I go to see that thing, I'm not going to be able to stream. But I do want to get back to Dark Cloud. I'm about halfway through Dark Cloud. I'm in the Sun and Moon Temple with Queen, or Muskalaka. So I've been loving the Dark Cloud playthrough, just like a nice casual playthrough. No glitches, no broken dagger, just leveling my weapons, super fun. And yeah, we'll go from there. So, thank you everybody for watching. We had a ton of people hanging out tonight. Don't forget to like the YouTube stream on the way out. Always appreciate it. Had, like, pretty close to, like, the highest amount of people I've ever had watching an eBay stream tonight, so thank you for everybody on all the platforms. We were nearing, like, 300 people on YouTube at one point. Just crazy. YouTube alone. We had the Kick people just kicking back. Thank you to everybody that hung out on Kick. Once again, an alternative, if you use Kick, it is a way to watch me now. And they fast-tracked me, for the people that are unaware, they fast-tracked me to the Kick Partner Program, which is, like, a huge opportunity for me. Because I literally get paid on Kick just for streaming and having people chatting in the chat. So, like, they pay me, essentially, like, to stream by the hour kind of thing. Doesn't work exactly that way, but it's just a way to support the stream without actually having to, like, subscribe or anything. You can just literally support me by watching and chatting on Kick. And there will be exclusive streams on there. So there is a reason to follow. I'll post a link so you don't miss my exclusive kick streams, which will be coming in the future. You know, they'll probably be like a couple times a month, something like that. Nothing crazy. And thank you to everybody on Twitch as well, as always. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some High Guard. We'll see what the heck is up with that game. And then we'll get back to Ni no Kuni and Dark Cloud throughout the week. So I want to get a new video up. It's probably going to be like a mystery unboxing video. I got a few things to open. That'll be fun. We'll do like an old school mystery unboxing kind of video. So look for that in the coming days. The next day I have a chance. The gym is keeping me very occupied during the day, so it's a little tougher for me to find the time, but you know, getting better at it. Cutting my routine down a little bit so I'm in and out a little faster. In terms of like prioritizing not spending too much time there every day. So yeah, you guys have a good night. Thank you very much for watching. See you next stream.